Head of Portfolio Strategy at Horizon Investments. And Zachary, I want to start with the Federal Reserve because it's been taking things cautiously. It kind of feels perhaps understandable given that they got things so wrong on the transitory narrative. Am I right?
Yeah, Lizzie, great to be with you today. I do think there's really good reasons for their conservatism around interest rates. As you said, they kind of messed up on the transitory thing as we were coming out of COVID and the economy was restarting. A little bit of is that understandable because just a really extreme kind of economic environment. It's easy to make mistakes. But as we sit here today, we've had interest rates are about 5.5%. And growth is still humming along, and nominal GDP is still above, kind of pre-COVID levels. And so you kind of look at that whole backdrop, in addition to kind of what's going on with some other central banks, specifically the ECB, where they delivered a 25 basis point cut, and now their path is really uncertain. I think the Fed, really wants to make sure that it's not just one 25 basis point cut, but a series of them. And so they're going to wait until they, really feel much more confident, which puts them not in play for really all of this summer.
Well, is your read that ECB June cut is going to be one and done and therefore maybe a policy error?
Well, it's too early to tell on whether it's a policy error. We'll know that in the fullness of time. But it does kind of cloud the outlook, and also there is, while it's not official, there is some unofficial coordination around interest rate policy. We're starting to see some divergence in some areas. The ECB, Sweden, Switzerland, but then you have central banks like the RBA in Australia, where they're not contemplating cutting at all. They're actually thinking about potentially hiking interest rates. And so we do think that's kind of a fertile backdrop for macro, trades after, kind of everything really been dictated just by the Fed for the last 6 or 9 months.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone agrees with that. Some people take it at face value, as did a previous guest, that the ECB does its own thing, as Christine Lagarde tells us. But as you say, perhaps there are some more unofficial back channels, some thinking going on behind the scenes. I just want to come back to the US inflation, though, because you've had cooler readings on CPI and PPI, and yet you're positioning, Zachary, for inflation to rise again. Why?
We're not necessarily positioning for inflation to rise again, but we do think, given the move that we've seen in break-even inflation expectations, that there is some opportunity in some of those more inflation-sensitive parts of the market. In the event that this inflation process, which we really don't have a very good handle on how it actually works. I mean, we spent the last 2 or 3 years. I don't just mean us. I mean the entire market, the economic forecasting community, slicing and dicing inflation and saying, oh, well, it's just because of this or just because of that. Now we're talking about auto insurance as the main thing. And really, as you take a broader look, our view is, the economy is growing quite rapidly. We have a resilient labor market, and the total take-home pay that individuals in the U.S. had is running about 1% above pre-COVID, and that is just spending power that is latent in the consumer. You couple that with the fact that balance sheets are stronger and more resilient than I think people understand. Not very many people are paying these really high interest rates that we have. A lot of that has to do with the structure of the U.S. mortgage market, but also just the rise in asset prices has rendered balance sheets really good shape. And so we think that underlying resilience potentially is going to, base of what we've seen, potentially bias things upward, or at least be worthy of hedging, some of that in a broader portfolio context.
And what's the view from Charlotte on European equities, given all of the political uncertainty we see here?
Yeah, well, it was definitely surprising results, and I think we're going to be jittery for the next few weeks. But as we take a broader kind of look at what we've seen, international stocks in general just really haven't been able to get off the floor. I mean, a lot of what's been driving indices has been AI and tech, and the dynamism that is going on in that sector, and the innovation that's going on in that sector. And outside of a few names in Europe, there really isn't a whole lot of that. And so, broadly speaking, that's an area of the market that we've been avoiding. And I do think that this kind of overhang everything from, French political uncertainty is something, and potentially monetary policy uncertainty is something that's going to keep, foreign investors away. And they've been reluctant to embrace it anyway. And so this is just yet another reason, to kind of stay away and to hide out in mega cap technology and the AI theme in the U.S.
All right, Zachary Hill, thanks so much. Head of Portfolio Strategy at Horizon Investments. Quite a pessimistic view on Europe, but if we break down Europe, actually we've seen London overtaking Amsterdam as the top stock trading hub in Europe in May. The average daily volume of stock trading in London was about 9.2 billion euros, and that compares to 8.8 billion euros in the Dutch capital. It's the first time London has topped Amsterdam since July 2021, and you had Frankfurt and Paris seeing daily average volumes just shy of 5 billion euros. So something for the Brexiters to rub their hands about. But let's get over to the US now, because Citi says it expects its banking fees to surge 50% in the second quarter compared to a year earlier, while revenue from its market business is going to be flat, they say. Bloomberg's Shonali Basak caught up this week with CFO Mark Mason at the company's Services Investor Day. Take a listen.
We want to be the preeminent bank for institutions with global needs, as well as a leader in global wealth and a winner in the U.S. market for our personal banking business. That's what we are today, all right? And a lot of what we talked about today, again, was really highlighting the crown jewel of our firm, the gateway to the rest of our offering for large institutional clients, but also for middle market clients, as well as for investors and asset managers in both that Treasury and Trade Solutions business and our security services business.
It's interesting because, to your point, even though security services has been a crown jewel, accounting for roughly half the profit recently of Citigroup's own entire businesses, it's been hard to explain to investors exactly what it is, what it does. Do you think Citigroup stock would be trading higher if people understood the business prospects for it?
I think the services businesses, which are comprised of that Treasury and Trade Solutions and the security services business, contribute a significant amount of value to this franchise. And I hope that after today, investors will realize exactly how much value that is and how much upside there is to that franchise, and we start to see it in the stock price.
Today you are seeing it in the stock price. If you think about some of the things that have been holding Citigroup behind, Mike Mayo of Wells Fargo, big proponent of Citigroup stock, but even he has been kind of critical here of the wealth business, calling the returns pitifully low. The question is, do you have a timeline for when investors can expect returns in that business, and how soon and how robust those returns can be?
You know, one of the things we talked about today is timeline. We talked about the medium term, 2026. We talked about top line growth of 4 to 5%. And we talked about the services businesses being a significant contributor to that, both in the top line and our services businesses, a 20% return on tangible common equity. In the wealth space, we brought in new management there. And we're keenly focused on how we grow the top line and how we improve margins and how we improve returns there. That's going to involve everything from right-sizing the cost structure to increasing the banker productivity to driving new net investment assets across that business. And we do believe that inside of this window between now and 2026, you'll start to see that value play through our financials.
That was Citigroup CFO Mark Mason speaking to Bloomberg's Shonali Basak. And coming up on the programme, France getting a slap on the wrist, facing blowback from the EU for breaking debt and deficit rules. We'll bring you more on that next. This is Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
The top names in tech are on Bloomberg.
I don't like anthropomorphizing AI. I sort of believe it's a tool. It is got intelligence, if you want to give it that as moniker, but it's not the same intelligence that I have.
Especially I'm afraid of whenever it's some kind of AI is speaking for me. I want to be myself, and I want to be the one speaking. I have AI myself, actual intelligence.
This industry of producing intelligence is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever seen. Instead of instruction-driven computing, it's now intention-driven computing.
There's been a lot of us who've been working in AI for a long time. It's great now to see other people using it and seeing what some of the challenges are.
To stay ahead in tech, it has to be much more than just software. So you need long-term investments in science and research.
You have an ecosystem of companies coming together. It's causing a new industrial revolution.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
A dressing down, a slap on the wrist. France and Italy reprimanded by the European Union for running big deficits. The first stage in a confrontation that'll test the bloc's resolve and could, in theory, prompt billions of euros in fines. It also comes, of course, at the time of uncertainty in French politics ahead of the legislative elections. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's Will Horrobin for analysis. Will, just talk to us about how bad the situation must have got for the EU to start talking about fines for France.
Well, I think we need to put a little bit of perspective on this, because the fines that would come under this excessive deficit procedure are a pretty long way off. So it's more of a sort of, it's a, as you said, Lizzie, it's a slap on the wrist for France. But that slap on the wrist politically couldn't really come at a worse moment, as you know, for President Emmanuel Macron, as he's called these snap elections, and it's going to be a very difficult campaign. And for someone, he's always structured his government around sort of sensible economic policies. This is a real sort of opportunity for those running against his party in the legislative elections to say, look, this guy doesn't have the miraculous solutions, and so he hasn't got this wonderful record on public finances that he might say he has. There's another.
Yeah, so do you think that this is actually going to really move the dial when it comes to the polling in the legislative elections?
No, I don't think this will make a huge difference to the polling in legislative elections. It just gives, another stick for Macron's rivals to beat him with. But sort of more looking forward a bit further, it does sort of herald a particularly sort of difficult summer for whoever forms the next government, because they're going to have to sort of negotiate with the Commission to come up with some kind of plan to get France's deficit back under 3% in an appropriate sort of time frame. Now, that depending what kind of government we get in France, that could be very fraught negotiations, because some of the parties that are polling quite strongly, they're not very pro-European, and some of them are even sort of like saying that they would go into a confrontational situation with Brussels over deficits.
Yeah, so just talk us through the polling as it currently stands.
So as it currently stands, the Marine Le Pen's National Rally is still projected to have the largest share of the vote, followed by a left-wing bloc, which is made up of sort of like social democrats all the way to communists and the far left. who are polling in second, and then Macron and his allies in third. Now, it's a bit complicated, French elections, because it's a two-round system, which means that this sort of the share of votes that they might get at a national level really is unlikely to exactly map onto who gets a majority at the end of the day. In fact, it seems very unlikely that anyone will emerge from this election with an absolute majority, which is part of the reason why we're getting a lot of political uncertainty about what comes next.
Indeed, it's a message echoed by all of the market guests we've had on the programme. Will Horobin, thank you for the analysis of the latest polling data out of France. And coming up on the programme, we're going to be joined by the CEO of Zilch, Philippe Bellamont, on the company's new financing deal. It's a biggie. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
I've seen firsthand how some fashion businesses make women feel. And I think there's one thing, you know, being really vocal and being an Instagram activist and talking about something, there's a difference than putting your money where your mouth is and really trying to do something about the problem. And that's what I did with that business. It was about how do I take everything that I know and I've learned and actually do the opposite. And I think that as a young black female entrepreneur, the only thing that I could do was what I know from my experience. And the honest truth is, I didn't set out to create a company that was like deeply rooted in the principles of inclusivity and diversity. I set out to make a company that was right for me and my friends, and I knew that if I had a problem, chances are somebody else does. And I think that's where so many businesses are, you know, created, when you're solving a problem that's real for you and therefore real for the consumer.
Could face bigger challenges next.
It was going to keep Rain World Cup. This is a 3
as the economic picture
covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. Now, the British fintech firm Zilch has just raised $127 million in a securitized debt financing deal arranged by Deutsche Bank, with the buy now, pay later firm seeking to expand before a planned IPO next year. And for more, we have exclusively a conversation with the CEO, Philippe Bellamont. Love to have you back in the studio with me. This is a big deal. How are you feeling?
Well, we're feeling good about it. It's taken a number of months for us to get this deal done, so obviously we're excited to come here and talk about it. Nice to see you again. Thanks for having us. But for us, really, this deal means growth.
Okay.
So if you look at this deal for us, it's a securitization, more than $300 million securitization vehicle, and Deutsche leading that with $125 to $27 million in that vehicle. This allows us to triple the commerce that we can send to our retail partner network, which is phenomenal to see. So really, we're excited about the deal because we can accelerate the rollout of our product roadmap, continue to capture wallet and market share, particularly at a time when others in the space are finding it quite difficult.
So if I'm a Zilch customer, what changes for me?
So everything just continues to get better. So the more volume we can drive to retail partners, the better the network performs. So our engine is called an ad subsidized payments network, Aspen. This is driven through AI. And so effectively, the more customers we can drive to retailers, the more sales we generate, the more commissions this retail network will pay. And that means that credit gets cheaper and is free, or of course, deals and discounts just get bigger. And in the cost of living right now, everyone needs a bit of a break. How much more can we put in people's pockets? We've saved customers now $500 million and counting in fees and interest.
And yet, at the same time as you're growing in the buy now, pay later space, you've got Apple this week shutting down its own pay later program, or at least announcing that it's going to do that. Why are you doubling down while they're kind of exiting?
It's very difficult for us to speak to other companies. It's always, it's hard to say what's happening on the inside when you're on the outside. So what I can speak to is what's going well for Zilch. Mm-hmm. So for us, it's three things that we see are working really well for us. The first for us is that you have to have regulation. So in this market, we think you need to be regulated. You must be regulated. The second is you need diversified streams of revenue. I mentioned Aspen. We don't make one single stream of revenue. We're making a variety of revenues. You need this. The unit economics just do not work without it. And then the third is you have to go direct to customers. We think you need to own the relationship with the customer. And I can, of course, elaborate on these if you would like me to.
Well, what I would like you to elaborate on is why you've gone for Deutsche Bank and not someone else.
So what's interesting is we ran a process for this. This has taken, I mentioned, a few months for us to complete this process. We had more than 10 of the top banks moving into the RFP that we ran. And I think why we're so excited about Deutsche is that they really are a bank known for ingenuity around lending. Mm-hmm. It's their core. It's what they do. What we also love about this is that what we really see from this deal is you have a bank that's taking a retail deposit, so deposit from you or I, and has looked at our company as gone, we're willing to invest £1 or $1 from you or I into this book.
Yeah.
That's how safe this investment is. And we really like to see them leaning into this deal.
So I spoke to you recently. You were saying that the time frame for listing was a year or two. You say that this deal is going to bring you closer to an IPO. What's the time frame now?
It's a combination of factors. So this deal certainly helps us move towards IPO and being a public business. We have to report on this quarterly. Deutsche are the first major partner for us in the securitization. We will be bringing others alongside them. And so we think that's just another big step for us towards being public ready. Mm-hmm. What we really need to see is some of the other things we've talked about to bring the timeline forward. Interest rates have to come down. Tomorrow we're going to find out what's going on there.
Yeah.
We need to see lazy capital moving back to equities, IPO markets opening back up, and of course the types of policies to incentivize companies.
Would you entertain a takeover?
Sorry, what was that?
Would you look at a takeover?
It's an interesting question there. I mean, I think depends which way round you're talking about.
Well, I'm wondering what's keeping you from the IPO.
So for us, really, it's all about timing. We think that if we're going to go to market, we have to be at a size and at the market where we can generate great returns for shareholders post the IPO. For us, the IPO is a race to the start.
Okay.
So we really need to get the timing of that right.
There's the timing and there's also the location. The Atom Bank CEO says London's the obvious choice. Why aren't you as convinced as him?
I don't think we're saying we're not convinced. I think what we're saying is we have to do what's right at the time for the company and shareholders. Where are we going to return the most value? And right now, you could argue grass is green on either side. We've obviously been saying a couple of things, and that is that in both markets, the US, the UK, interest rates have to come down, capital has to move back to IPOs. Otherwise, it's not interesting really anywhere right now. On top of that, though, in the UK specifically, we know we need to change a couple things. We need liquidity in the market. We have to have that. And we need perception to change around the LSE. We see a lot going on in that space. We're encouraged by that. We love what we're seeing. And so obviously the clock is ticking. We can't wait to see what happens with policy.
Yeah, well, the other thing that's happened since I last had you here in the studio with me was we've had the Labour manifesto, the Conservative manifesto, and all the other parties. Has any of that offering tempted you to list in London more?
To be frank with you, what we're doing is we're more relying on the conversations we're having with parties directly around business and how they see policy moving forward. I think it's always different, to be fair, with what people say now versus what happens after they're in the seat. We'd like to see, the clock is counting down, right? We're almost there. We know who's going to be taking ownership and control of this fantastic technology sector. It's about to happen. And once we've done that, we can move from there.
All right, well, you'll have to come back and tell us where you're going to do that IPO as soon as we have the election result on July the 4th. Zilch CEO Philip Bellamont, always a pleasure to have you with me on the programme. And that does it for Bloomberg Markets. I've been Lizzie Burden in London. You're looking at futures pointing higher for the Wall Street Open tomorrow. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With the surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, every weekday on Bloomberg TV and radio, hosts Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis from and about politics' biggest power players.
The president has been clear that is non-negotiable.
I mean, this is going to be an ugly, ugly year.
Balance of Power, live around the world every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg News Now.
News when you want it at the touch of a button.
Another volatile day on Wall Street. We're seeing big moves.
All eyes on Capitol Hill as Democrats and Republicans prepare.
Today's job numbers casting doubt on the Fed's next move. Inflation remains front and center. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Get it 24/7 on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg News Now. Context changes everything.
Welcome to the Qatar Economic Forum, powered by Bloomberg. I'm Jumana Bersechi. Over the next half hour, we'll be showing you highlights from the 4th annual forum that took place in Doha. This year's event focused on navigating the year of uncertainty that lies ahead, with a world remade by wars in Europe and the Middle East, central bank and economic divergence, and consequential elections affecting half of the world's population. We looked beyond the headlines, putting a spotlight on the Gulf region and how it is deploying wealth to enhance global influence, diversify economies, and gain international prominence. Let's begin with geopolitics and the war between Israel and Hamas, what it means for the global economy, and how the Gulf region is responding to a war in their backyard. Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix spoke with Qatar Prime Minister, His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, about that and more.
Right now, everyone is focused on the current mediation. Everyone is focused on how to get to a result to end the war and to get the hostages back.
So on the rebuilding, under what circumstances would Qatar contribute to the rebuilding of
this is actually, it's still a premature question because no one is talking about the day after from our perspective in a realistic manner. There are multiple views you are hearing here and there. We believe in one Palestinian government that should be in charge of West Bank and Gaza. And this Palestinian government should be built on consensus between the Palestinians and to lead the transition of the country. Whether this will be, allowed by the Israelis, and we have seen the statements by the Israeli government that they don't want the PA even to be there. And I think that if we will end the war in a state where the country is destroyed, no vision for it, no vision for the PA to go in, it will be very difficult not only for Qatar but for the rest of the world to step in and to invest in unknown. That will remain a challenge. So we always encourage, and we are working together with our Arab partner, what we call it the Committee of Six Arabs, and the US, in order to try to think about what's the best way to transition to the day after in a way that will not actually affect the Palestinian people, will not affect the Palestinian cause, and will not undermine the Palestinian Authority.
Israel, the situation they face is more difficult than Fallujah, Ramadi, and Baquba all put together. Because of the 350 miles of subterranean infrastructure that they have, it makes it very, very difficult because of the density of the population, the high rises, not small buildings, and so on. But the principle is still the same. You have to clear and hold and keep the enemy out of the people. And I do believe, by the way, that Hamas is the equivalent of the Islamic State. This is an irreconcilable extremist group that I believe does need to be destroyed. But how you do that matters a great deal. And I would welcome seeing a commitment that we are going to make your lives better, civilians in Gaza. The way we're going to do that is we're going to clear the enemy out of your neighborhoods. We're then going to seal off those neighborhoods and give you biometric ID cards. We're going to flood them full of humanitarian assistance. We're going to restore basic services, and we're going to aggressively rebuild all the damage that has been done in the course of this particular war.
What role do you see Malaysia playing in Gaza post-war?
We are a small country, relatively struggling to survive as an emerging economy. That's why I maintain excellent relations with Qatar and Saudi Arabia, UAE, Turkey, and get their sense what needs to be done. Of course, it is our duty then to do whatever is necessary, given the limited whatever capacity that we have, but we will. And I think for Malaysia in a distant land, we do subscribe to the thinking and the views of most of the Arab neighbors. That's why even the OIC, normally we do consult them first to get their understanding, then we support the position.
Prime Minister, we're running out of time. It's always too short when we have a conversation together. Just one final question. I mean, global leaders nowadays are grappling with a lot of challenges and uncertainties. What's the biggest challenge for you?
Well, I think insanity. Because sometimes you have policies that is totally absurd. I think what we need to do, right, other than focusing on the economy and development, is to bring back some humanity, compassion, and human dignity. That, to my mind, is quite lacking. That's why in the Madani framework, I put the economic policy, something about sustainability. But I do consider the issue of values and compassion.
When I look at the total value of the giga projects that Saudi have in the pipeline, I've seen estimates ranging from $850 billion to $1.5 trillion. These are very big numbers. And the question people always ask is, can Saudi actually deliver on those plans if the oil price drops? What happens if the price of oil drops?
I think that the whole idea of Vision 2030 is actually to respond to this question. We have been actually very conservative in our assumptions when it comes to our oil revenues. I'll give you just one basic example. In the year 23, we closed the year 23 with oil revenues that are more than what we have projected in the budget at the beginning of 23, despite the fact that prices were down by about 20% and oil production was down by 17%, which basically tells you that we are not optimists when it comes to projecting and therefore committing our spend to what the revenue is. We are very conservative. So I'm quite comfortable for two reasons. One is we diversified our revenues. As I said, now 37 are coming from non-oil, and we are very conservative in our projections and therefore our plans on how the oil revenue will cover that expenditure.
And Jane Johnson, where are you finding the deal? So how do you want to grow Franklin Templeton?
Well, first of all, you asked the question earlier about is it a good time to invest in the market and what is His Excellency doing with his cash? And John Templeton said the best time to be in the market is when you have money. So, and it's because you can find opportunities, anything. So whether it's AI, and I agree with you, I mean, I think the initial AI types of things are picks and shovels, right? It's the chip makers, it's the Microsofts, who are running cloud computing. But the next phase is going to be as companies, and they'll start to differentiate within their own businesses, those who are actually using it to a competitive advantage. And it's hard to see that today, and it takes a while to do that. But I think based on the trends, it's always easier to swim with the current, right? So if your trends, and we talked about the Ds of deglobalization, so it's figuring out who are going to be the beneficiaries of that. In this region, I mean, one of the things that I think is so impressive, obviously, as oil stays high, and it doesn't look like there's any quick resolution to Russia and Ukraine, so it's likely to stay high. There's a mentality of multiple generations, which is something I very much appreciate, and a desire to diversify an economy. And so the various economies, and so you find investment opportunities as there's as there's diversification. And so making sure that you're close, and part of those conversations is where you find investment opportunities.
Coming up, more from Doha, including Citadel founder Ken Griffin. This is Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
In a multi-trillion-dollar industry, there's a lot of ground to cover.
Bitcoin ETFs rubbing elbows with the big dogs.
This frenzy has engulfed the entire world.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question. Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions.
Welcome back to the Qatar Economic Forum. On day one of the forum, Bloomberg's Eric Schatzker spoke with Citadel founder Ken Griffin. The always outspoken Griffin had a lot to say about the current political climate in the U.S. and the rematch between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Take a look.
And you have warned, Ken, of some catastrophic consequences if deficit spending isn't brought under control. What is the catalyst for an American debt crisis going to be?
So I don't know what that moment will be when there's an auction that goes awry or when the markets become dislocated. Financial markets, generally speaking, work very well until they catastrophically come off the rails. You don't necessarily get a lot of warning that there's about to be a big event. The crash of '87 is a great case study. You know, that day I woke up, I was in my dorm room trading then, and the stories of the day were about a small skirmish in the Middle East of frankly no consequence, and the health of First Lady Nancy Reagan. And yet we ended that day with the stock market down 20-some% and a number of American financial institutions literally on life support or near death. Happened in one day. One day. There was no big story that morning that would make you think that that day might have been the end of the U.S. capital markets as we knew them. There was no warning. And so I worry that the debt crisis may have a similar construct, that there'll simply be a day where a major auction fails, and then you see a panic start to brew in the Treasury market. And the question will be how fast will the Fed intervene? What panic will that induce? Because government intervention under duress often just creates more panic. And then do we see a flood of treasuries coming back into the market from holders around the world?
Obviously, there's a U.S. election coming up, and there's going to be, in some ways, a lot of change, possibly or not. And I think this morning, one of the interesting things that happened when the Biden administration announced the new tariff regime is that it's just putting kind of another affirmation on what will be tension between the U.S. and China. So I think as much as things are changing, there's a few things that I think you can count on probably being the same right now. In particular, they may have different approaches, but the same sense. It's very politically potent right now but for both sides to talk about this issue. I thought it was interesting that the Biden administration didn't do the broad sweeping tariff approach that Trump is proposing. They really focused $18 billion of imported goods in the sectors that are most governed by the national security principles, whether it's AI, the semiconductor, steel, aluminum. And so I think the headline is, this is here to stay, and this is something that I actually see our investors and clients starting to recognize, that the U.S.-China tension is going to remain, and they're going to have to start investing with that lens.
Now, when you talked about a new normal, and you sort of implied investors are out there, they still haven't moved enough to that idea that risk has fundamentally changed. What is the classic mistake that investors are making? What, in terms of asset classes or whatever, what is the thing when you sit down with an investor opposite, you may have some here, what is the classic sort of error they're making? Obviously, all your investors are brilliant, but allowing for that.
Correct, but so it kind of builds on what Dina said. I think humility and knowing that you're most likely going to be wrong about these big things, because I agree with everything Dina said. I mean, the world, we were globalizing, people optimize for supply chain. How can I cut 1% off of the, now people are talking about resiliency. Now people talk about onshoring. People talk about, hey, how could I defend myself against, and we have this tendency to look at things like, by the way, AI could be a force in the other direction where scale matters and can actually bring people together. We tend to look at these things and think that we have a clue about how they're going to play out. And if any of you or any of us look back 10 years and say, how close were we? We were pretty far. Yeah. And look a decade before that, how close were we? We were pretty far.
Christian, is there any value left in AI?
This is a great question. I think the big speculation these days is, for the companies that are doing AI, like OpenAI, how do you value those companies? there's so much future potential, but we don't yet know what the future will look like. So that is extremely complicated, actually. But I feel that this is history repeating itself a bit. If you think back to when Google was a tiny company, and it went public at a wild valuation, everybody thought, it felt like the same. Who would have known that was a multi-trillion-dollar company today? So, so if I look away from the valuation question, I think there's no doubt that AI is changing the world of business, the society in many ways, and that there are lots of other angles into investing into the AI space without having to deal with that particular question.
So let's talk about that. How do you play AI without playing AI?
Yeah. So across EQT, we have venture capital and private equity, infrastructure, et cetera. And we do, on the ventures and growth side, we're investing in called the tools and the shovels. Software that's serving AI, hardware that's serving AI, companies that are using apps that are using AI, and all kinds of different features around that network. And in infrastructure, we're going a totally different path. Of course, there we're part of digitizing society. So there it's fiber broadband, it's data centers, towers, et cetera, because the need for data is massively increasing. So there are a lot of other areas of investment that support this whole AI wave that's out there.
Coming up, more from the Qatar Economic Forum, including Todd Boehly, Eldridge Industries CEO, on the future of investing in sports. This is Bloomberg.
The names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
With all due respect and thoughts and empathy and sympathy for the people who are suffering at the moment, and there are plenty. It's not just Ukraine and Gaza, it's in many other corners of the world as well. But I'm constantly surprised by the level of resilience and the capacity to actually bounce back from those traumas. So I have faith in the human beings and their capacity to respond to adversity. We've seen it. Look, earlier in the pandemics, we thought that the world was coming to an end, right? It hasn't. Nobody thought that vaccines would come up in such a short period of time. And every time we have to constantly resurrect this spirit of resilience. But are you hopeful that... I'm always hopeful. Oh, come on, we have to be. We have to be.
Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Doha and the Qatar Economic Forum, powered by Bloomberg. I'm Jumana Bersachi. With ownership stakes in Chelsea, the Los Angeles Dodgers, and Lakers, alongside owning the sports betting company DraftKings, Todd Boehly is redefining what it means to be an investor in sports. He spoke with Bloomberg's Jason Kelly about the future opportunities in sports ownership.
When people talk about spending, the way I think about it is we're investing, and when we have, a collection of players, and really those players continue to hold their value. Right. So it's not as if we're, kind of writing off the money, the investment. Right. So, what we're thinking about is what does it really cost to finance that portfolio of players? Right. So, because of course, some players will go up in value and some players will go down in value, but I would argue that, the investments that we've made, have continued to, as a balance, continue to hold their value. And really, therefore, we're not spending the money, we're investing the money, and really, we're just thinking about the cost of carry.
Yeah.
You know, what's it cost to carry that portfolio of players that are obviously so valuable?
What happens next with media as it relates to sports and the value of sports?
So, right, if you think about how you break apart the value of a club or a team, right, you have everything that goes on site, right? You've got the tickets, the merch, the hospitality, you know, the food and beverage, the sponsorship inside of the actual facility. And then, you know, the media value is the glow, right, that comes out of the facility, whether it's an arena or a stadium or whatever it is. And then you think about, okay, well, how do I expand and extend that glow, right? And, you know, I think obviously, you know, the thing that really is driving these is that there's now trillion-dollar balance sheets or trillion-dollar market value companies that have gotten involved, right? So it used to be you would have kind of, you know, the broadcasters thinking about it. Now you've got, you know, Amazon, Google, Apple that are all playing in the game. And you look at them, and together they're probably worth, I don't know, $6 trillion or something, $5 trillion.
And not to mention Netflix, who's probably around the hoop.
Yeah, and Netflix is, you know, it's a big company.
Yeah.
But compared to those guys, it's really not so big. Right. But it's, I think, probably a $300 billion market cap. Right. And yeah, now they're throwing their hat in the ring, you know, because they understand, you know, that people want to watch this stuff. And, you know, there's very few things that people will adjust their calendar for, right? So, and sports are probably it.
I think we mustn't be complacent. I think as rights owners, as live sport is the most valuable asset, but we've got to make sure we deliver great entertainment. And so I think, as I know from my own personal experience, we try to do everything we can when we get a live game to make sure that we create as much artistry and magic around those games. And whether you're in any different things, the competition for those live rights is going to increase. So I think the more innovative we can get, the rights will continue to increase. But I think we have to understand how we're going to deliver those rights in the next 10 years. What's the Premier League going to look like? For instance, we've just finished an international round. We've got, you know, other leagues going through their broadcasting rights. And there's going to be a massive step change from the way we deliver and consume rights traditionally now, and how we're going to do that in the next 6-7 years. And that's going to that might take a dip in valuation over a period once we get the infrastructure in place to make sure we can deliver a kind of direct-to-consumer model. And at some point that will happen. And, you know, but I think what we understand, and what I loved about, you know, what everybody said today, it's the excitement of sport, and live sport is just is unique. And we got to make sure that we deliver it correctly.
When we talk about celebratory, the Olympics is a global celebratory event for many people. I mean, do you think Qatar could potentially host the Olympics one year?
Can we? Absolutely, I think we can. Would we? I'll leave that to other people who are more, you know, the officials who are considering this matter. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, we've expressed our interest in this matter in terms of hosting the Olympics. But I think it's not just limited to major sporting events. I mean, I think what we're looking at today is expanding beyond major sporting events, and how do we create the events industry, if you will, to kind of support the tourism in terms of attracting tourists from outside to within. But at the same time, it's also how do we build on the operational knowledge and the know-how that we had from the World Cup.
Our numbers continue to grow when it comes to passengers, when it comes to other airlines operating in Hamad Airport. We continue. Last year, we closed at an increase of 30% in the number of passengers. This year, so far, from the numbers I saw, for example, this morning, from 1st January till yesterday, we see 27% increase in the number of passengers. The load factor is the highest in any major airline. We see our flights, for example, to the US, it's 95-96% load factor. Our flights to Australia, to India, basically all our network, our load factor is averaging between 85 to 88%, which is very high. which proves that the people want to travel, want to fly.
Does that indicate then there's been no impact, no real significant impact?
No.
To the
From
travel
what we
demand?
see, no.
What about you, Yvonne?
We haven't seen an impact, very similar to what Qatar is experiencing. We are seeing very high demand, very little difference between our peak season and slack season. Demand has really grown. There's the strong desire for people to travel. So it really hasn't impacted us. We do have a lot of geopolitical issues as well within the African continent, and even with that, demand still remains strong.
That's all from the Qatar Economic Forum. Complete interviews from the forum are available at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Terminal. I'm Jumana Bersecci. This is Bloomberg.
Look at the number of women that want to learn the game, young girls that are joining on the tee. Really an exciting time for all of us to really capitalize on this moment. When you look at women who are making most of the purchasing decisions in households, whether that's cars or that is home or financial services, and who are going to drive the wealth of the future, it's women.
Obviously, we have our car business and we need to have games here and all that sort of thing. But what else can we do? How do we grow the platform? The whole ticket pricing process. It used to be very yellow sheet of paper, maybe some numbers around it. There was not a lot of science behind it. We're now in the world and have been for many years, as most other similar businesses are, into dynamic pricing. So our pricing for a seat may change hourly if we see demand for that, all driven to maximize revenues.
The balance sheet is so important to the success of the team. And a big part of my role is to make sure that the balance sheet stays strong and that we are prudent stewards of capital. There are things that we can do that are irrespective of winning or losing. Take a look at the first budget that comes from one of the teams and ask questions about, do you really need to spend that much? Are you really shooting high enough when it comes to partnership revenue?
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's Chief Future Officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
It's an incredibly fun job, for sure.
We're in the business of leading beyond the numbers.
To me, teamwork is key.
You need to identify opportunities and push people.
It's not about how to say no, it's about how to say yes.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
Today's CFO has to be much more than a bookkeeper. I talk more about culture today than I talk about numbers.
It's not just about debits and credits and digits and dollar signs.
It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the Chief Future Officers of some of the world's most influential companies. New episodes this summer, only on Bloomberg. Brought to you by Workday.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
We are only scratching the surface in the number of patients we're treating, and it takes quite some time to scale manufacturing to get to many more millions of patients.
This is the man in charge of Europe's most valuable company, Novo Nordisk, and its blockbuster diabetes and obesity drugs, Ozempic and Wegovy. Both contain the key ingredient, semaglutide, revolutionizing the weight loss market and generating billions in sales. Celebrities have helped their popularity soar. Sharon Osbourne, Chelsea Handler, and Elon Musk have all publicly talked about taking Ozempic or Wegovy, and they've had further backing from Oprah Winfrey. It's a global phenomenon, reaching millions on social media apps, including TikTok. But it's not without controversy, including possible side effects, high prices, and the company's lobbying efforts receiving criticism around the world. And in some cases, patients might also need to take the drugs indefinitely to avoid regaining the weight. Chief Executive Lars Frøgaard Jorgensen says obesity is a disease and thinks a company will learn from its growing number of patients.
When I ask the scientists, they say biology and mechanism will tell you that it's chronic treatment. My personal view is that we will also here learn that patients are much different and there'll be different avenues. So we'll have to build a portfolio of interventions.
On this episode of Leaders with Laqua, I traveled to the firm's headquarters in Copenhagen, Denmark. I asked Lars Frøgaard Jorgensen about the global sensation, how he's navigating the company's meteoric rise, and the sweeping changes they could bring across a range of industries.
Lars, thank you so much for being on Bloomberg with us.
Francine, thanks for having me.
I mean, after decades of research, basically Novo finds a molecule that changes everything in terms of weight loss drugs. Were you taken by surprise at the appetite, actually, for these drugs and how mainstream they are?
Yeah, I would actually say there are many surprises when you get products like that. It starts with surprises in the innovation because there are many shots being made on goal and most fail. And the winner is often the one that surprises people the most.
So why do you think this, I guess, surprise or success was unexpected? Did it capture something in society that you weren't ready for?
I think we have seen first many decades of our company was focused on type 1 diabetes. Then because of lifestyle changes, perhaps genetics, there was an increase in type 2 diabetes. But for many years, type 2 diabetes was not intensively treated. Then there was a so-called UK PDS study that really showed that you need to treat type 2 diabetes to prevent comorbidities. And that increased the diabetes market a lot. Now we are kind of seeing the same with obesity, that for years we felt that perhaps obesity is not a real disease, not something you should treat. But that's now being established that actually by understanding the underlying causes of obesity, that there's a lot of play, for instance, genetics, but now also innovations that can actually treat the disease, help people reduce weight and prevent the comorbidities. So I think it's a repeat in a way of what happened with type 2 diabetes. And that then suddenly opens a market that turns out to be way bigger than the diabetes market.
So how difficult is it to have a lifelong treatment? And again, how do you see that changing?
I think we are yet to learn how patient journeys will be much different. Some will be on lifelong treatment. Some will have, say, progressive obesity that will, keep you put more and more weight on, and they'll need more and more efficacious medicine. But there'll perhaps also be some who, where actually being on treatment for some time almost prevents them, and they'll have a different trajectory. I don't think we have seen much of this yet. When I ask the scientists, I'm not a scientist myself, they say, but biology and mechanism will tell you that it's chronic treatment. My personal view is that we will also here learn that patients are much different and there'll be different avenues. So we'll have to build a portfolio of interventions. Lifestyle will also play into for some of them. And I think we can help many patients get down to a weight that they can maintain and live the life they want to live and avoid many comorbidities for the healthcare systems.
I mean, we also heard from some of the food companies that the chief executives of some of the big groups are having crisis talks. And actually, does this mean that there's going to be a wider adoption of these drugs? Does it mean that people are going to eat and drink 30% less? Do you see it really changing our societies?
I think there'll be many changes, but I think with that also comes opportunities. There'll perhaps be a different preference for snacking. So I think we still need to eat. So maybe perhaps a bit less of the unhealthy snacking and a preference for more of the healthy stuff. So So I think for companies, it's also about following the trend and evolving your business and moving to where the market is. And then I think there is probably, say, an 80-20 perspective here, like in many other sectors, that you will have a few patients who are really heavy consumers. And if those are also those who then start up treatment, I think there'll be a relative bigger impact on some of these companies. But I would say in general, I think it's a bit hyped when we see the reactions we see because we are only scratching the surface in the number of patients we're treating, and it takes quite some time to scale manufacturing to get to many more millions of patients.
Hollywood has also adopted, actually, your weight loss drugs. Is that a good or a bad thing?
We now have a situation where social media, is filled with communication around our products, and that's a complete new for us. We are focused on educating physicians. In most countries, we cannot do direct-to-consumer advertisement. And in all countries, it's really important for us we get physicians to understand which products are approved for type 2 diabetes, which are approved for obesity, what's the mechanism, and how should they be used. And when we see get data from insurance companies, etc., we can see the profile of those who use our medicines. We can see that they are, on average, people with a very high BMI, well above 30. So that is actually also the approved label. So we feel comfortable about that it is people in need of medical intervention to treat serious obesity situations.
But you've become such a phenomenon, and they're memes, and you're right, it's all over social media, and some are saying, look, the problem with this is that it could actually lead to more eating disorders. And this is probably because of the increase in social media. What do pharma companies do? Can they do anything to kind of balance this?
Yeah, I think we have spent some time on understanding what does this mean, what's the breadth of it, and we come to realize that we cannot control social media. We try to be present and get our messaging in, but then all our medicines, they take a physician writing a script. So we really focus on the physician to make sure that they understand what are the mechanisms, who are the appropriate patients, what's the label. And then I think we have to also trust that the physicians, they do what is right for their patient. And they should for sure not prescribe for people living with eating disorders.
Coming up, I asked Lars Fruergaard Jørgensen about criticism the company has faced over its prices, with some analysts predicting the weight loss drug industry could be worth $150 billion a year.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg.
Globally, more than 1 billion people are thought to be obese. It's a crucial market for weight loss drug makers like Novo Nordisk. But challenges remain. The company's patents expire in the US and the EU at the end of the next decade. And rival drugs are already emerging, like Zepbound by Eli Lilly. I asked the chief executive, Lars Fruergaard Jørgensen, about regulatory pressures and future growth. So how do you think about pricing? Again, you must have gotten some difficult questions from governments, but also this goes back to innovation.
Most products are priced according to the value they bring. And I feel really good about the value of our medicines, what they bring to the individual patient, but also the value to the healthcare system. And we have today healthcare systems around the world who were typically designed for acute care, but finding that 80% of the cost in the healthcare system is linked to chronic care. And we have a portfolio of products that are really addressing some of the chronic diseases of our day and age, diabetes, obesity, and the comorbidities that follows that. We know that there are projections that say by 2035, the World Obesity Federation predicts that the cost burden to society will be $4 trillion of people living with obesity. And that cost is going to a large degree be taken up by healthcare systems who are already struggling today by aging populations, shortage of labor. A lot of workers left the healthcare systems during the pandemic or after the pandemic. So really articulating what is actually the value of the medicine we have, and if you invest in that, yes, there is a cost upfront. Maybe we can discuss how we deal with that, but there is actually tremendous value in terms of preventing cost and keeping people out of hospital.
But this is a crucial moment because your prices will probably go down as you have more competitors coming in. We know of Eli Lilly, we know Amgen could be a competitor. And so this is, I guess, the crucial time where we have to make investment decisions when prices are high and you have more cash coming in. Is that right? Is that how you view it?
Yes, to put a bit of color around it, the same forecast predicts that there will be, say, 1 billion people living with obesity in 2035. We are perhaps serving 1 or 2 million of those today. So there's a huge market opportunity and there's place for more. And then you're right that in most markets, when you get more competition and also over time, pricing moves down because you start treating those who accept, say, the higher price point. In the US, that's commercial insurance, and then over time you get broader access and you get to patients paying a lower price. So if you just take our leading diabetes product in the US since launch in 2018, the price we get after rebates, discounts, etc., is some 40% lower than when we launched. That's often not mentioned in the political debate. Instead, the list price is mentioned, which is not actually what we book in our accounts because that's after rebates.
The U.S. is such a large market. Would you ever dual list or even change headquarters to the U.S.?
That's unlikely. We are controlled by a foundation that's anchored in Denmark. We have a lot of, footprint in Denmark. Having said that, we do invest and expand a lot globally. Most of what we sell in the US, we also produce in the US. So in many aspects, we are as much a US company as we are a Danish company. But the headquarter, the corporate headquarter is based in Denmark for the foreseeable future.
You think of Denmark and really now you think of Novo because of the size of revenues, which is, I think, bigger than GDP. Is that uncomfortable?
I think maybe the perspective should be corrected a bit because there's this comparison about our market cap with the Danish GDP, and we all know that GDP is a economic flow matrix for the flow on a yearly basis, and the market cap is the total value of the company. I'm sure if we compared the market cap of Novo Nordisk with the market cap of everything that's in Denmark, we would be tiny. But of course, there is also the point that with our expansions, our more than 30,000 employees in Denmark, huge capex investment. We are fueling the GDP growth, and we take that quite seriously. So the jobs we create, I don't think will disappear again. And now we talk about expanding in the US. It doesn't come in the shape or form of moving activities from Denmark to the US. It's growth in the US. So we will be careful and respectful in how we grow, so we can do that in a sustainable way.
And that's also increasing supply with new factories.
Yeah, we have made huge investment decisions, and these are billion-dollar commitments per year, and it takes 4 or 5 years to build some of these facilities, and we luckily started already years back. So we have more and more lines kicking in on an ongoing basis, but some of them will also be kicking in the future.
Are you also looking for acquisitions?
Yes, we are. We are in the unique situation that most of the products we have came from our in-house R&D efforts, which is a bit unusual compared to some of our peers. We expect to carry on with that, but we can also see that we can complement that by some acquisitions. So typically, it would be early-stage biotech, where they have great science, we have disease understanding, we have the infrastructure, so we can express that science in a better way than they can do on their own. So merging makes a perfect marriage, and some of the parts is bigger than what each can do on their own.
But are pharma companies having a harder time after COVID? There seems to have been an explosion of not trusting pharmaceutical companies, even vaccines being questioned. Have you felt any backlash?
Yes, and to me that's a really, really sad situation to be in, because had it not been for some of the very innovative small biotechs who came up with vaccines and then teaming up with some of the largest forces of our industry to, in record time, get approval and scaling manufacturing, I think the world would have looked much different today. And I respect there are some who do not like vaccines, but the majority of us had a number of shots. And that led to a lot of debate about are patents really needed? And unless we have an ability to patent innovation, there's not going to be any innovation, so there'll be no new products. So I think there's something about equality, how we distribute products. And honestly, I think a lot of the rich countries ended up grabbing products for their own population at the expense of some of the developing countries who did not get access. And that then leads to a debate whether IP is the right way to go. But that for me is the wrong discussion. We have to figure out how can we show solidarity in a way where we actually acknowledge that the whole world needs to benefit in a fair way. But if you take the incentive away from innovation, we're all worse off.
Coming up, Lars Foregard Jorgensen tells me about his leadership style at the helm of Europe's most valuable company.
The top names in tech are on Bloomberg.
I don't like anthropomorphizing AI. I sort of believe it's a tool. It is got intelligence, if you want to give it that as moniker, but it's not the same intelligence that I have.
Especially I'm afraid of whenever it's some kind of AI is speaking for me. I want to be myself, and I want to be the one speaking. I have AI myself. Yeah. Actual intelligence.
This industry of producing intelligence is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever seen. Instead of instruction-driven computing, it's now intention-driven computing.
There's been a lot of us who've been working in AI for a long time. It's great now to see other people using it and seeing what some of the challenges are.
To stay ahead in tech, it has to be much more than just software. So you need long-term investments in science and research.
You have an ecosystem of companies coming together. It's causing a new industrial revolution.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The market value of Novo Nordisk is bigger than the Danish economy, and its philanthropic foundation is now the world's largest, with more than double the assets of the Gates Foundation. I asked Lars Foregard Jorgensen how he handles a company's success and his approach to corporate culture. So are you enjoying success, or does it also bring a lot of responsibility?
I took over as CEO at a time where our share price had just been cut by 40%. We were in no growth or low single-digit growth, and it's much harder to invest in the business, do the things you want to do compared to what the opportunities are today. So I enjoy that, but obviously it also comes with many challenges about how to sustain a success of a company that's enjoying success.
Lars, what kind of leader are you? Or what kind of leader would your employees say you are?
Well, you should ask them. I hope they would say that I'm authentic. I'm relatively easy to read. I would also hope they say that I'm curious, because I'm not a specialist in anything. But I have found that there has not been yet a problem in the company we couldn't solve if we actually mobilized the right people. So I'm born with a big nose and big ears, and I use the attributes of that each and every day to collect, say, opinions from the company. And then it's my role to combine it into an opinion together with my team and make sure that we make the right choice.
But so does a perfect leader in 2024 need to be a visionary or a problem solver?
I would say if I have to solve the problems, it's a problem. Because if an example, when COVID-19 arrived, we decided to close down, say, the offices. We kept manufacturing and laboratories running, and we all went home. And what you do? Well, you need to establish a crisis response team to deal with that. So the first decision I made was I should not be part of that.
Why?
I was a bit out of a loop for a couple of days, but I knew if I put myself into that, I would become the bottleneck in the company, and the company would suddenly have lost its CEO. So I asked our CFO to chair that, and then I could still, be there for everybody, and people could come to me and check in, and I could try to get a view for what are other companies doing, what's happening, and give some input. So if the CEO turns into the problem solver of the company, I think the company needs another CEO.
Have you changed as a CEO?
I believe I have. When I was promoted, I took a step up in the team. So I went from overnight being colleague to being the leader of the team. And I think they would tell me today that they would have liked me maybe to a bit quicker act like the boss. But for me, it was not natural to just be, say, bossy after one night. So I think I've been growing into the role, and I feel more comfortable today in actually listening to my guts, which is a combination of your own feelings, but also your experiences, and earlier say what I believe in. And that creates clarity for an organization with more than 60,000 people.
And so Saturday mornings, I understand you have off.
Yeah, Saturdays is always a day where I power down. Yeah. So I run at a relative high pace throughout the week, try to wrap things up, and Saturday is a quiet day for me in terms of work. And I start typically by playing tennis with my wife. We go for a swim all year round. After that, have a nice lunch, and then I'm on to a good trajectory for the weekend. And then Sunday, I try to prepare for the coming weeks. But through a weekend, I would send either no emails or very few emails, because I want to drive a culture where all get an opportunity to spend the weekend as they fancy. And I think what we do is so difficult, and it takes so much creative thinking to succeed, that if you're always on, always busy, the bandwidth of your reflection is just too narrow. And I generally believe that Monday mornings, I'm a better leader than I am, say, Friday afternoon. I also take all my vacations. I generally believe I'm a much better CEO right after a vacation than I am before vacation.
What's your best piece of advice you've ever received, and what's the worst piece of advice you've ever received?
The best advice would probably be give people a fair chance to succeed. And most can actually do much better than they believe themselves, and perhaps also you believe based on, say, short-term performance. So trust people and give them what is needed for them to succeed. you'll see people succeeding.
Worst piece?
The worst piece would be something that was influenced by, say, politics or spinning facts. I'm hyper allergic to politics and where you try to take advantage of a position. So I've had one experience during my career where I gave my resignation because somebody, a close colleague, actually completely twisted some facts. We had just agreed how to approach. Then we met with our shared boss, and my colleague just turned it around. I said, okay, integrity is so holy for me that if people play tricks, I it's not my game whatsoever. So I just said, okay, this is it. I'm out of here. But we sorted out. I still stayed. So any advice that is not based on honesty, decency, and following the facts, I have a really hard time with.
Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Francine.
The top names in global leadership are on Bloomberg.
The ultimate goal of doing away with the central bank still stands. The discussion regarding the central bank is primarily moral in nature. The way we see it, there has been a cultural change in Argentina. Today, wages are miserable, not through our own fault. That is due to 20 years of populism. Argentines have understood that populism is no solution, and that the quick fixes they sold to them during the last 100 years, both the criminal politicians and criminal economists, they were all false. And we need to opt for a pure orthodox market-based solution. And that's what's going to make us succeed. And that's what's underway. In fact, there are already indicators today that show that activity in the agriculture sector, in the oil and gas sector, in mining, well, our economy is recovering strongly in those departments. There are indicators that point to the fact that Argentina could really make a strong comeback.
Nobody covers the top global leaders like Bloomberg Television and Radio. Context changes everything.
I've seen firsthand how some fashion businesses make women feel. And I think there's one thing, being really vocal and being an Instagram activist and talking about something, there's a difference than putting your money where your mouth is and really trying to do something about the problem. And that's what I did with that business. It was about how do I take everything that I know and I've learned and actually do the opposite. And I think that as a young black female entrepreneur, the only thing that I could do was what I know from my experience. And the honest truth is, I didn't set out to create a company that was deeply rooted in the principles of inclusivity and diversity. I set out to make a company that was right for me and my friends, and I knew that if I had a problem, chances are somebody else does. And I think that's where so many businesses are, created, when you're solving a problem that's real for you and therefore real for the consumer.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
always look different because you were the first woman or the first brown person, the first Asian, the first Indian, the first person of color to lead a global luxury brand. You're always the first. You're always underestimated. People don't know exactly what to expect.
Lina Nair is in charge of one of the most exclusive luxury brands in the world, Chanel. The French fashion house, known for its iconic designs and fragrances, made the avant-garde move to appoint her the top job. Previously a human resources veteran, she spent 3 decades at Unilever before switching from the world of fast-moving consumer goods to haute couture and beauty. The firm's history is legendary, from its founder, Gabrielle or Coco, to its fans, including Marilyn Monroe. For Lina Nair, it's a chance to make history.
I want to change the world, but look good while doing it.
On this episode of Leaders with Lacroix, I speak to Lina Nair about her professional and personal journey, how it defines her leadership style, and her unique approach at the top of luxury. Lina Nair, thank you so much for joining us here on Bloomberg.
Delighted to be here.
What's it like being a Chanel chief executive?
It is the best job in the world. It's creative, it's energetic, it's vibrant, the sector's doing well. It's a great place to be in.
So what kind of difference do you want to make at Chanel? Is it on the business? Is it longevity? Is it what it stands for? Is it sustainability?
You know, I want to lead Chanel into the future along with my team. And lead Chanel into the future by protecting what's core to us, by protecting our differentiation, protecting what's unique about us, and by evolving as a scaled, iconic business and brand. You know, it's always important to understand the context we operate in. The context we have externally is very, very dynamic. Geopolitical uncertainties, macroeconomic challenges, inflation, complete fragmentation, media, channels, ecosystems. I mean, winning hearts and minds of people is so difficult in today's day and age. So we see all of that externally. AI. I mean, there's not a week you don't hear about AI. So all of this is happening externally. And internally, it's been a phase of rapid growth. In the last 10 years, we have more than doubled our revenue. We've more than doubled the number of people who work for us. We've more than doubled our distribution presence. We've more than doubled the number of countries we have presence in. So that's a lot of growth. So my role, along with my leadership team, is to ensure that we make coherent these changes, that we make sense of these changes, and we are constantly shaping what's next.
As far as I can remember, Chanel was this, beautiful high-end luxury. Everybody wanted the products, but it was always quite secretive. And then there's been an opening in the last couple of years through culture events, podcasts. Why is that? Like, is there can a high-end luxury company no longer be secretive in 2024?
You know, for me, never having been in the world of luxury or sophistication or refinement, didn't know what to expect when I came to Chanel 2.5 years ago. But it's a very humble company. People are truly humble, and you've met many of my teammates. And it comes from a sense of we don't say things unless we've really done them. So high integrity. So we'd rather do things before we speak about them. So some of the shyness has been to do with that. And I think the part of the opening up is also as we've grown larger, and I explained some of the internal context we've been through, rapid growth, being in so many markets, having so many people work for us, it becomes important to be clearer and more open about who we are, what we stand for. It's a 100-year-old company. It's important to say what we do, to have been a beacon of inspiration all these years and continue to be a beacon of inspiration for the next 100 years.
So is that because we're buying luxury differently so that clients and customers now want more of a story than they maybe did 10, 15 years ago?
You know, I think there's no typical client and there's no one reason to engage in luxury. Truly, we see all kinds of clients, people who are long-time fans of Chanel, people who are dedicated buyers of couture, people who are first-time buyers. In fact, first-time buyers are 30% of our clients, which is a lot. We see a lot of Gen Z and Alpha. 35% of luxury consumers by 2030 are going to be Gen Z and Alpha. It's a hard number to believe, but it's the vibrancy, the vitality is huge because each of those clients has a different set of reasons for why they engage with us. So for Gen Z and Alpha, they buy because they want to buy less and buy better. They want to buy because they see it's a financially wise investment. But everybody buys for a different reason. For me, it's part of continuing to build our brand, our reputation, our company, and telling our story in engaging ways to all sorts of clients.
So do you have to speak differently, Lena, to the younger generation?
No, not really. Our story of savoir-faire, our story of craftsmanship, our story of how many hours goes into making this jacket, like 100 hours, all handmade, is still the core of our story, our craftsmanship, our savoir-faire. It is still how people engage with luxury, the quality of it, the beauty of it. A thing of beauty gives us all joy. So that is still a very, very big reason how people look at luxury, the quality, the savoir-faire, being part of that. And the story of Gabrielle Chanel, and the story of her DNA, and what she means for us, her spirit of constantly innovating in radical ways. Because when she designed clothes, it was about the freedom of movement. It was about anticipating the needs of the modern woman. It was about creating trousers, crossbody bags, so that women could ride bikes, ride horses. So it was about supporting women to be and become whoever they wanted to be and become. It was about being on this journey of self-discovery with women. And that core part of our story doesn't change. It is the story of supporting women to be and become the best versions of themselves, to discover themselves. And that story still engages, no matter what age you are. And the core of our story really doesn't change. How we say it might change. There are more channels than you and I can count today. There's all sorts of things, Instagram, TikTok, everything that's coming. Some of the media channels might change. Some of the ecosystem and how we engage might change. But the core of our story is still very much who we are as Chanel.
Gabrielle Chanel was like a pioneer, yes. And I feel like when you talk about her, it's also maybe telling a little bit about your story. I mean, you have a unique story. You grew up in a town in India where not many females were educated to a higher level.
Yes.
So what was that journey like?
It was a long journey. It was. I grew up in a small town in the southwest of India called Kolhapur. And the world of luxury, refinement, sophistication was very far away from where I grew up. It was a small town like any other. Most of my memories of me running barefoot in the town or having my little bike and running around. Women being ambitious was not the norm. In fact, I remember my mother constantly telling me, who'll marry you? You're so ambitious, and do you really know what you're going to do with your life? And so very limited access to role models, to opportunities. I did engineering after sort of convincing everybody in my family that engineering was good for girls, which was great. It was electronics and telecommunications, and I quite enjoyed, again, being in the minority, but learning a lot more about the world of technology, which we're all in now part of. Then did my management studies, worked all over the country as part of Hindustan Unilever. I had an all-round experience, a hands-on experience, worked in the shop floor, worked in frontline sales, rode the trucks in the morning, going to the trade, selling tea. So it was a fun experience. It was an adventure. It meant being constantly underestimated. It meant that you always look different because you were the first woman or the first brown person, the first Asian, the first Indian, the first person of color to lead a global luxury brand. You're always the first. You're always underestimated. People don't know exactly what to expect. They're suspicious of what your agenda might be. And along with it comes the responsibility of making it easier for those who come after you. So I feel a tremendous privilege, tremendous sense of responsibility to make it easier, which means questioning norms, being a role model, mentoring as many people as I can, trying to make it easier for others, constantly championing a more equal world.
You like a challenge. Is there ever a challenge that you actually shied away from?
You know, every single thing I've done, it's almost as if somebody has said it can't be done. I mean, I remember I was in a factory and I said, I want to go in the night shift. And they said, no, we don't put women in the night shift. I said, how will I be a successful production manager or personal manager of a factory if I never went into a night shift and knew how a third of my people worked? So in some ways it has fueled some of my determination. It's fueled some of my, okay, I'm going to show this is possible, a sense of, I'm going to go get on and do it. It also gives me courage because I feel sometimes I'm not just doing it for me, I'm doing it for everyone else who comes after me. So it gives me courage too. So it fuels my determination, fuels my courage. But yes, I don't shy away from challenges. And I always tell women who ask me for advice saying, put your hand up for the most difficult job. Put your hand up for things that are challenging. go in there and lean into things that are difficult, that are challenging, because that's what gives you the greatest credibility, respect, reputation as you build your career.
Coming up, Chanel's Lina Nair on the long-term outlook for luxury and the changing role of what it means to be a chief executive.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With the surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
DOJ or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges next.
It was going to keep rain World Cup. This is a three.
As the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
Chanel is behind some of the most recognizable designs and fragrances in modern fashion. The French luxury house is still privately held by the billionaire family Wertheimer, involved with the company over the past century. I continue my rare interview with the firm's chief executive, Lina Nair. Do you see that, again, the high-end luxury, does that even go higher-end luxury? That actually, there's a lot of players in the fashion world right now, in luxury world, and it's really the ones that are very high that will do well. And does that also justify some of the price increases that we've seen at Chanel?
Our prices are related to our cost prices. We use exquisite raw materials, and our production, as you know, is very rigorous, laborious, handmade. So we raise our prices according to the inflation that we see. So they're really linked to the cost price. We've also made a commitment to price harmonization across the world, which means our clients should not experience excessive price differentials, no matter where they buy.
And secondhand, the market is also something that we're seeing more and more in the last 4 to 5 years. What does that mean for a company like Chanel?
We've famously not been on e-commerce. We've always said we want our clients to buy from our beautiful stores because we believe that clients must enjoy the immersive physical experience where they build a relationship with the fashion advisor, the beauty advisor, the boutique assistant, which is so magical and so core to the Chanel story.
And how do you see the China market right now compared to the US market? Because it's not that volatile, actually. You kind of have like a base that stays for quite some time.
China is a very essential market for the luxury ecosystem because of the fast adoption of luxury, because of the appreciation of refinement and sophistication. So it's a very important and essential market for us. I came back recently from China and I was really happy to see the energy and vibrancy in the market. So we continue to run our business for the long term and continue to invest in China for the long term. Similarly, US, I see US as a long-term market for luxury. It always has been. And all markets see a bit of ebbs and flows. But if you keep a long-term perspective, we continue to invest. I mean, we just opened our beautiful watches and fine jewelry store on the 5th Avenue. It is absolutely breathtaking, designed by Peter Marino, with everything that you'd expect in a Chanel boutique. Great personalization, intimacy, beauty, things that uplift you. So we believe in both these markets and they're important to us.
So it's probably tougher being a chief executive in 2024 than it was for the last 20 years because of this constant change. And we don't really know what AI brings either.
Yes, it is. It is definitely more challenging. And one of my principles as a leader is about tapping into collective intelligence, because I truly believe the days of the superhero leader are well and truly behind us. The world is so complex. There are crises on multiple levels that to imagine one individual, no matter how bright they are, how experienced they are, can have answers to all the questions, no chance. That's why I believe in collective intelligence, diverse perspectives, go around the room, listen to every voice. It's very important to me that I'm not just listening to the dominant voices in my room. in my meeting room, but listening to all voices around the table.
So is that why you also lead by empathy? I mean, you always say, you lead and lift, yes, which is not always easy.
I remember in my early days in my career in Unilever, when I was going to a place in a factory and I felt if it was not safe for women, I would go back and fight the battle to make sure it was made safer for women who came after me. It was always questioning the norms, challenging what was happening, so I could make it easier for others who come after me. It's beautiful. In Chanel, we are 76% women. 60% of my management team are women. So it's easier to set into place everything to support the development and career of all these talented women and create a more equal world.
Would you ever go into menswear? Would Chanel ever go into menswear?
It's a rare time in our history where we have a female founder, a female CEO, female creative director of fashion. So it's a rare time. And I think we support women everywhere in such a beautiful way. We do make things for men. Blur is one of the largest selling perfume for men, and I hope it stays that way. We really are by women, for women, support women, and we're here to empower and support women on their journey of becoming.
Yeah, and you're right, the perfume. I forgot the perfumes. Talk to me a little bit. I mean, there's things that people don't understand about Chanel, or we talked about the foundation, because actually for so long, yes, it was all kept in-house. But you also have other brands. Like, how do you see all of these, companies working together?
Yes. We are the world leader in many categories. There's all of fashion, which is well known. We are in fragrances, in beauty, in skincare. And one of the things as with my leadership team, we started working on what we call our beacon of inspiration for the next 100 years, or we call the 100-year plan, constantly thinking ahead. We started putting some building blocks of it, which was, having a positive impact in the world. And there was sustainability, environmental, social sustainability, and the whole area of women's empowerment and girls. So we are one of the largest philanthropic organizations dedicated to women empowerment and girls.
It's amazing because not many people know that.
125 million this year. So 100 million as soon as I came in, and now we've increased that to 125 million. So we are truly one of the largest organizations in the world. We work with 237 partners in 50 plus countries on beautiful programs that support women to be free to shape their destiny.
Coming up, Lina Nair on how Chanel is trying to change luxury and how her background in HR is helping to shape her mindset as a chief executive.
The names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
With all due respect and thoughts and empathy and sympathy for the people who are suffering at the moment, and there are plenty. It's not just Ukraine and Gaza, it's in many other corners of the world as well. But I'm constantly surprised by the level of resilience and the capacity to actually bounce back from those traumas. So I have faith in the human beings and their capacity to respond to adversity. We've seen it. Look, earlier in the pandemics, we thought that the world was coming to an end, right? It hasn't. Nobody thought that vaccines would come up in such a short period of time. And every time we have to constantly resurrect this spirit of resilience. But are you hopeful that I'm always hopeful. Come on, we have to be. We have to be.
Bloomberg. Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business. Every weekday on Bloomberg TV and radio, hosts Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis from and about politics' biggest power players.
The president has been clear that is non-negotiable.
I mean, this is going to be an ugly, ugly year.
Balance of Power, live around the world every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Context changes everything.
Lina Nair is used to breaking convention and changing norms in the workplace, including her transition from Unilever and Human Resources to becoming the chief executive of one of the most prestigious names in luxury. She tells me how Chanel is positioning for the future of fashion and what it means for her legacy at the iconic firm. How difficult is it for a big luxury company to be sustainable? I mean, you have very ambitious goals.
I'd like us to set the bar for luxury. I would like other luxury players to be inspired by what Chanel does every day. We are one of the few luxury players that has now publicly set a goal of net zero 2040. So we want to really reduce our carbon emissions. So for example, we are in carbon emissions, we are reducing our logistics, transport, and carbon footprint to do with digital. Chanel.com saw an increase in traffic of 30%, but a 16% reduction in carbon footprint.
How much of this comes from, I guess, the heart, trying to do good, and how much does this also play with consumers? Because in 5-10 years, there'll be even more focus on this.
Yes. You know, Francine, I think clients believe luxury is sustainable because they know we make few things and we make them beautifully and we make them with hand, and that a genuine desire by clients to see us continuing to sustainable is only going to go up. And I mentioned about more Gen Z and alpha buying, and they buy because they want to buy less and buy better, which is the right mindset to engage with luxury. So it is going to be increasingly important.
So, Lena, in sustainability, do you need to be a risk taker? Like the idea that as a chief executive, I guess you need to be careful, but do you need to, is there anything coming where you will challenge, I guess, your risk taking?
You know, I think for all of us, the world today is so complex and moving fast that you're constantly adjusting, being agile, taking. For me, we are a courageous brand because we walk in the footsteps of a courageous woman. Gabrielle Chanel lived the life she wanted, courageously, passionately, made the choices she wanted, courageously, passionately. And one of our values is audacity. So for me, audacity is so important. Lena, you call it risk-taking, I call it audacity.
I actually prefer audacity. It has a certain cachet that I'm sure Gabrielle Chanel would have loved. What have you learned about yourself as chief executive? So you were in charge of HR for Unilever, and this is a massive company. It's hundreds of thousands of employees. I mean, is it different actually being in charge of a company than being in charge of HR?
When I was moving to Chanel, a mentor told me, you're doing a quadruple jump. I said, what do you mean? So it's change on so many dimensions. It's public to private. It's FMCG to luxury. It is from Anglo-Dutch to French heritage. I have weekly French classes. It's HR to CEO. So it's been change on all dimensions. It's not just one dimension, it's been all dimensions. And luxury is very different from FMCG, as you know, the preciousness, the rarity, it's not available everywhere, every time. It's the balance between timeless, quest for new. It's all of that. It's different. It's, to me, the principles of business and the principles of leadership are transferable across sectors. How to run a business across multiple countries, multiple product categories, multiple geographies, multiple cultures. How to galvanize and inspire teams across, again, multiple cultures, multiple kinds. There are principles that hold you in good stead because people are people at the end of the day. They have motivations, dreams, aspirations. They want to engage in a particular way. I must say, being in Chanel has taught me to be more patient, more long-term. The treadmill of quarterly results, etc., is a different world. So it's taught me to be more patient. It's taught me to appreciate a lot more. And, I want to change the world, but look good while doing it.
I love that. Do you think about your legacy?
Yes, I do. For me, I hope people say that I'm a purpose-led visionary leader, which means you spend a lot of time thinking about what are you doing, what are you giving back, what will be the difference you make. I think for me, the biggest thing is if 100 years from now, people look back and say that we at Chanel did stuff today that inspires them, that help them question norms about what they're doing, audacious things that have redefined the norms, and supported women everywhere to feel like they can be the best version of themselves. I think that would be something that I would feel good about. If I've made a few women in the world dream a little bit more about what they could achieve in their lives, I would feel very fulfilled in my life and career.
Do you think you'll IPO Chanel?
No, an IPO is not on the table. We love the privilege of being an independent company, being able to make long-term decisions 20, 30, 100 years on.
Being a best piece of advice and worst piece of advice you've ever been given.
Best piece of advice, I'm actually going to do two. One is fall in love with the job you have. Don't wait for the perfect job. Fall in love with the job you have and make it the most perfect job in the world. And the other is, which my husband also tells me a lot, enjoy the journey as much as you enjoy the destination. We're always in a hurry to get somewhere, and you get promoted, you're thinking about the next promotion. No, just enjoy. Breathe a bit and enjoy the journey as much as the destination. Worst piece of advice? I think most often when you get a worst piece of advice, you just ignore it and forget about it. But, you know, I've received advice like, you know, when I was in many rooms, the only woman in the room, so many times in my career. I've received advice like, you know, stay quiet for as long as you can and try and blend in, and, you know, you're already standing out because you look different from the rest. And I think that's terrible advice. I think it's really important you feel safe to be who you are, and it takes courage to be who you are, and you change by being who you are.
Lena Nair, thank you so much for joining us today.
What's it like moving from the East Coast, where everything is finance and money, to the West Coast, where everything is technology? Did you fit in right away? And did you really know how to use all the computer things that they give you to use?
So it was pretty fun. There were plenty of times where I would sit around in meetings, and literally I would be Googling terms. And at one meeting, Larry Page actually caught me Googling terms, and he kind of pointed that out to other people in the room, which was a little embarrassing, but I figured there were some things that I could do that they couldn't do. And so it was a learning curve. And my dad always, he taught me at a young age a term that I've used constantly with my teams. He said, in his lab at Stanford, if a physicist could not define a quark in under 30 seconds, they didn't know what they were talking about. And so I use the quark test all the time. If somebody's rambling on and they can't get to the point, they probably don't know what they're talking about, they fail the quark test. My finance team knows this quark test. And at Google, I'm working with amazing computer scientists, so they never fail the quark test. They can explain things really clearly, which shoots you up the learning curve.
But did you understand what they were talking about from the beginning, or did you have a special tutor that's taught you technology? Or did you
I had actually run tech banking and took Google Public, so I had a little sneak preview.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's Chief Future Officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
It's an incredibly fun job, for sure.
We're in the business of leading beyond the numbers.
To me, teamwork is key.
You need to identify opportunities and push people.
It's not about how to say no, it's about how to say yes.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
Today's CFO has to be much, much more than a bookkeeper. I talk more about culture today than I talk about numbers.
It's not just about debits and credits and digits and dollar signs.
It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the Chief Future Officers of some of the world's most influential companies. New episodes this summer, only on Bloomberg. Brought to you by Workday.
This is Bloomberg News Now.
News when you want it at the touch of a button.
Another volatile day on Wall Street. We're seeing big moves.
All eyes on Capitol Hill as Democrats and Republicans prepare.
Today's job numbers casting doubt on the Fed's next move. Inflation remains front and center. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Get it 24/7 on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg News Now. Context changes everything.
This has not been a great time for genius. The people who claim to have it do not seem to qualify for it. The people who diagnose it in others seem to have a very, very narrow definition in mind. And the people we can all agree are stone-cold geniuses always seem to have a dark side. I read in Bloomberg Businessweek about the biggest crypto genius of them all, Sam Bankman-Fried. At his peak, he was worth like $26 billion. And that was before he was accused of running one of the biggest frauds in American history. His defense is that he is not a criminal, essentially, just inept. What does it mean to have genius in work, in the marketplace, in life? And who is even to say? To make anything simple takes actual genius, and we're gonna try to live up to that name together tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Hello, I am Max Abelson, and I'm not a genius, just a regular, like slightly above average journalist who has spent about the last decade and a half here at Bloomberg News, and sometimes our magazine, Bloomberg Businessweek, writing about Wall Street's money and power. And what that means is I write about ambition and ownership and imagination and survival and risk and second acts and, of course, genius. Tonight, and in the weeks to come, we are going to be talking about those things at this table with people whose lives and careers and ideas are big or interesting or just really fun. So, welcome. This is the Business Week Show, and it's starting right now. If you consider yourself a master of Wall Street, a connoisseur of investing, a soothsaying financial genius, a brilliant portfolio manager, our guest has very bad news for you. Burt Malkiel's book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, 50 years ago, had a clear and vivid message, which was that Wall Street genius is really just an illusion, and that professionals in pinstripe suits at the end of the day are no better than naked animals. It was a genius and radical idea, because what he had to say is that you should forget them and just buy and hold clear, boring, basic, low-cost index funds. He is here to tell us about it. Burt Malkiel, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Your book is actually, it's pretty funny. It's a little saucy sometimes, your book. I mean, you say no one in finance can really forecast the future, or at least they can't do it successfully, consistently. You know, I think you use the word genius in quotation marks, and you give it to Ponzi schemers and whatnot. Right now, are there any actual individual geniuses on Wall Street? You know, real human geniuses, maybe AI is the genius we've been all waiting for. Can you identify any current geniuses on Wall Street right now?
Well, as you know, I put genius in quotes because I'm not sure there are geniuses in the market. And I've always said I would much rather be lucky than smart. Are there some hedge fund people who have, in fact, made a lot of money? George Soros bet against the British pound and made a lot of money. There were people who sold short in 2000 and made a lot of money. But I am not willing to say that they were geniuses. I want to say that they were lucky, because for every one of them, there was a hedge fund that, in fact, lost money. No, I don't think there are geniuses. I think there are a lot of very smart people in Wall Street, but it is not possible to predict the future. And, you know, it's kind of very interesting how you talk about AI. I recently had to give a presentation on the economic outlook. And I thought, you know, just for kicks, I will go to ChatGPT and I will ask, can you give me an outline of what I should say? And actually, ChatGPT gave me a wonderful answer. It was a one-sentence answer. I cannot predict the future.
It might not necessarily qualify as genius, but you're able to write about Wall Street with clarity, which is really unusual because Wall Street, and I suffer from this myself, you speak to Wall Street executives and they absolutely fetishize complexity. Why does Wall Street like to make things sound so complicated? Is there something sinister or something that has to do with the ego?
I don't know whether it's sinister, but this is a very highly paid profession. And someone like me who says, listen, don't listen to anybody. Just buy a simple index fund and keep on investing period after period. If I'm charging you 2% a year to manage your money, I want you to think you can't do it yourself. So sure, you've got a vested interest. This is a very highly paid profession. These guys do very, very well. Is that sinister? I don't know. You call it sinister, anything you want, but is there an incentive to make it seem like it's very complicated, that ordinary people can't do it themselves? I think that's absolutely right.
The honest truth is, it's not necessarily that I think that the aura of complexity on Wall Street is coming from a sinister place. It more like it makes me feel bad or makes me feel dumb, and that I appreciate that your book is sort of written so that I can understand it. But it does make me think about exclusion in a small way, because so many stocks are owned by so few people in this country, because the very wealthiest people in America have such giant portfolios, that when the stock market goes up, inequality goes up too. Is there anything that can be done to change that in the future?
One of the things that's impressed me throughout my life is really how capable so many people are. And I think to the extent that we can eliminate discrimination, I mean, for example, opening up our jobs, our economic opportunities to women has been a very good thing, and I think has been generally helpful for women. I think it's the same sort of thing in terms of racial discrimination. I am absolutely convinced that rather than there being just a small coterie of geniuses, that intelligence is very widely distributed in our population. And so my own sense would be the more we can do with education, the better.
Why is it that we need geniuses, or really just the concept of genius? Is it like the way we need heroes and heroism, to help just explain the world and justify?
I think we need innovators, and I'm not saying that innovation isn't good. We absolutely do, but I'm not going to call them geniuses. And Jack Bogle would certainly never have called himself a genius. But I think we do need innovators. There will undoubtedly be financial products that are actually good for one. I'm not a fan of Bitcoin. I don't think, I don't recommend that any investor buy it. But will there be improvements in the payment system in the future? And will there be digital currencies in the future that are stable and that are useful, as opposed to something that goes up $1,000 or down $1,000 in a day? Absolutely. And there's room for much more innovation in finance. So I think there will be innovation. There should be innovation. I just wouldn't call it genius.
That was great. Burt Malkiel, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed our conversation.
Stay tuned, because next we have a very far-out genius.
The top names Trends in tech are on Bloomberg.
I don't like anthropomorphizing AI. I sort of believe it's a tool. It is got intelligence, if you want to give it that as moniker, but it's not the same intelligence that I have.
Especially I'm afraid of whenever it's some kind of AI is speaking for me. I want to be myself, and I want to be the one speaking. I have AI myself. Yeah. Actual intelligence.
This industry of producing intelligence is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever seen. Instead of instruction-driven computing, it's now intention-driven computing.
There's been a lot of us who've been working in AI for a long time. It's great now to see other people using it and seeing what some of the challenges are.
To stay ahead in tech, it has to be much more than just software. So you need long-term investments in science and research.
You have an ecosystem of companies coming together. It's causing a new industrial revolution.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
There is no one way to be a genius. You could be dreamy and far out. You could be scrupulous and scientific. You could work within the institutional establishment, or you could honor indigenous wisdom. All of those descriptions apply to this guest. Moraba Jah is a space environmentalist, an astrodynamicist, a spacecraft navigator, and the first African-American professor of aerospace engineering at the University of Texas. Last year, the MacArthur Foundation gave him a fellowship that is informally known as a Genius Grant. So, if you want, you could call him a genius, you could call him Professor Jah, but you'd rather you call him Moraba. So, Moraba, welcome.
Great to be here, my brother. Thank you so much.
Really glad to have you. I really love the phrase, a stroke of genius. You were in Alaska with your family in a hotel one morning. I think you were taking a shower.
Yeah.
And you had this feeling and this vision that kind of struck you. And, whether or not it has anything at all to do with genius. Tell us about that moment.
I'm in the shower, and I felt a presence. And in my mind's eye, I saw flashes of scenes from history and how in the beginning, whatever that means, it seems like there was this intergenerational contract of stewardship with the planet, but that humanity over time has mostly abandoned that intergenerational contract of stewardship and has forgotten about how interconnected things are.
Did that moment change the life you led and the work that you do?
Absolutely. So one of the people that I really look up to is Jane Goodall. I watched something about Jane where she said that she went to a meeting as a scientist and she left that meeting an activist. In very similar ways, I went to Anchorage kind of just this scientist, and I came back both a scientist and now this space environmentalist activist to really try to, I guess, really showcase how we need to protect orbital space.
If there's a kind of genius that means something to you, something that you would want to live up to, or something you'd want to recognize in yourself, what would that kind of genius actually look like?
To me, the best kind of genius is simply allowing myself to let the universe go through me and, I guess, use me as some sort of vehicle for the work that I'm trying to do. And if I can keep myself kind of in the moment and in a place of compassion and empathy, then I think genius is just what comes through when you allow that to happen.
There's more garbage orbiting the Earth than there are working satellites. You now work not just to make sure that all that stuff is properly tracked, but to be an evangelist for expanding the way we think about environmental protection so that it includes all that stuff. What can those of us who are not scientists, what can we do to help you?
Every day, the technologies that we have are more and more reliant on these robots in the space that we call satellites. And we're tracking about 50,000 things ranging in size from a cell phone to the space station. 5,000 are working and everything else is garbage. So that's like 90% of the stuff is trash. The thing that most people just don't realize is that these satellites that are providing these critical services and capabilities, position, navigation, timing, communications, internet with the Starlink satellites, right? Any of these things can get schwacked, that's the technical term, get schwacked by a piece of junk, and that's game over, and then you lose that capability. So I think more and more people just need to be aware that, oh, well, that space, that's somebody else's problem. No, it's our problem because our way of life, our technology is now going through this infrastructure.
There's a real stereotypical idea of genius that I'm thinking of a kind of solitary genius working by herself or himself off in a fun cabin, you know? What does it mean? What would it mean to be a genius collaborator?
Back in the times of like the Renaissance, people looked at folks like, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, and they said, okay, these are geniuses in their own right, right? And people say, well, how can anybody be like another one of those? Science has developed so much beyond those days that there's no way for somebody to be able to be, quote unquote, this Renaissance person that knows very deeply things in all these different fields. Like, those days are gone, okay? But to me, the real genius is recognizing where you bring in smart people from other fields that complement and augment your own to solve wicked problems.
Yeah, connectedness, connections with one another. But my understanding, though, from reading a little bit of your writing, is that you were, I think in your childhood, you felt really isolated.
I did, yeah. My mom was born in Haiti, and she was naturalized citizen. My father, Sierra Leone, naturalized citizen. They got divorced when I was very young, and yeah, my father was just very abusive. At the age of 7, he kidnapped me, and 9 days later, they found me in some apartment in the Bay Area, put me back on a plane to my mom, and my mom had, we had a cousin that lived in Caracas, and so we fled the country because my mom's like, I don't want your father to ever find you again. He never did physically again. But growing up in Venezuela, I felt very isolated. I felt very alone. I came into contact in this void with what seemed to feel like an ocean of infinite love and compassion. And then I realized, oh, I have a choice here. I can choose to meet my experiences with equal anger, or I can choose to act from a place of love and compassion and heal from my pain and make my healing be of service to others. And that's what I've chosen to do.
When the MacArthur Foundation, when they named you a fellow, they said it was because, they used a beautiful phrase, it's because you envision transparent and collaborative solutions for the Earth's orbital spheres. What are those solutions? And maybe when are they coming?
My inspiration for this comes from indigenous people, from traditional ecological knowledge, TEK, I call it ancient tech. And so for me, the vision of my future is seeing Western science and traditional ecological knowledge come together, not annihilate each other, but actually harmonize with each other, so that then that could be the way of the future, so that humanity does recognize interconnectedness, empathy, and stewardship.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing your story, sharing yourself.
Thank you, brother.
Truly enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Coming up next, a genius I would like to be when I grow up.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
In a multi-trillion-dollar industry, there's a lot of ground to cover.
Bitcoin ETFs rubbing elbows with the big dogs.
This frenzy has engulfed the entire world.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question.
Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions.
Getting older is not easy, but the good news is time brings opportunities to become a more practiced, a more seasoned, a more you version of you. The guest who's sitting with me at this table is one of the most accomplished people I've ever met, and she is 17 years old. In 2021, Zaila Avantgarde won the Scripps National Spelling Bee, but she considers herself not so much a speller as a basketball player, and she has multiple Guinness World Records in juggling. A few weeks ago, this young genius started the 11th grade. Zaila, so glad you're here.
Thanks for having me.
Truth is, we're all super different. We all have our own gifts. We all have our own limitations. When and how did you come to realize how special you are?
So that's a complicated question, I would say, because I didn't so much realize, I realized I was special, but I became special through a process of like training and stuff. If you look back on it, like I wouldn't say I popped out the womb like a genius or something like that. It's like when people would start to stop and look at me while I was dribbling or practicing at a court, people like stop and look because, hey, look at this cute little girl. I was very small when I was that age. So this cute little girl dribbling 2 balls and doing all this between the legs, step backs into shots and stuff. So pretty early on, I realized that, yeah, I might be a little bit different than the average kid.
You won this like completely beloved national competition, but it's something that I think you no longer consider your main passion, or maybe you didn't even consider it your main passion then. What does basketball make you feel that spelling doesn't?
I would say basketball gives me even more of like the competitive rush. Like I just really love to compete and stuff. So like, and like spelling is more like, yes, it's not really like person-to-person competition. It's more like person versus dictionary, which is something you hear a lot from spelling bee people. It's like it's me versus the dictionary, because that's where the words are coming from. Whereas with basketball, it's more like physical competition, like, oh, I made it between the legs and there's this girl on me and I have to shield her off, and it's like more tangible competition as opposed to the more philosophical competition of spelling.
I want to ask you about a very different kind of genius. There's this billionaire named Sam Bankman-Fried. I think you've heard of him.
Of course.
Widely considered to be the world's, great crypto genius before he was then charged with fraud, which he has denied. How should the rest of us look at people who get called geniuses, but maybe they still have shortcomings, just like everybody else?
Sometimes I feel like the term genius is like nowadays it's so loaded. Like it's not, maybe it's like, oh, it doesn't just mean, oh, look at her, she's a genius, like she's so smart or whatever. But like then like if you're labeled with that like your whole life, that kind of like puts a pressure on you. Like maybe once upon a time, like I listened to a podcast about Sam Bankman-Fried, but I don't know him personally, so I can't speak for him. But hypothetically, like he's like his parents are like, oh my God, you're so smart. He goes to accelerated programs in school, and that's just putting pressure from a very early age. Like, I'm a genius, I have to be a genius, I have to always be a genius. So I always feel like people, like some of the scammers and stuff, should get maybe just a little bit of sympathy, just a little bit, because they are like causing all sorts of trouble, because like they've been considered geniuses their whole life and they had a nice business plan or something, but then it didn't work out. And so what are they supposed to do? Go to all these people who say, oh, you're a genius. That just puts a little pressure on you to like give you that extra push you needed to try to maybe go into the murky waters of life.
The murky waters of life. I want to ask you one final question about pressure. I think that there is sometimes pressure in the United States, maybe everywhere. Pressure on really smart people, genius or otherwise, to use their intelligence to like make a lot of money, to be successful. And like, I guess I'm thinking specifically about the finance industry and mathematicians, but it's true of the business world. You're smart, you go make money in business. Do you have a favorite company or an industry or like a job that appeals to you?
I'm not like super like make millions of dollars. I mean, if anybody who's watching or listening wants to give me millions of dollars, please hit me up. However, like I'm interested in going to neuroscience or maybe working for NASA or maybe being an NBA head coach. But I just realized I've never thought, how much money would I get for this? Because that's not really something like I think of, because you can make a lot of money, not to sound trite, but you can also be really miserable making a lot of money. So that's not even something I actually consider, like how much money will I make? I'll cross that bridge when it comes.
Zyla, you're going to cross the bridge. You're going to have a great time. I have had a great time talking to you. I'm thrilled you're here.
Thanks for having me.
When you ask geniuses, as I just did, what a genius is, or if we need geniuses, or if they're a genius, the answer you'll get will be genius. It turns out that there is not one way to be a genius of finance, or of art, or of language, just as there is not one way to think about genius itself. What matters is not what you call unusually high levels of intelligence or talent. What matters is what you do with it. Thank you so much for watching the first episode of the Business Week Show. We'll see you again for another one soon.
I am a completely virtuous person. I have no missing virtues. But I do wish I could sing.
People clearly tend to be impatient where they should be patient.
I waste the most money on champagne. I love champagne every day. Every day I have 2 glasses of champagne. That's my thing. 2 glasses of champagne every day.
I've seen firsthand how some fashion businesses make women feel. And I think there's one thing, you know, being really vocal and being an Instagram activist and talking about something, there's a difference than putting your money where your mouth is and really trying to do something about the problem. And that's what I did with that business. It was about how do I take everything that I know and I've learned and actually do the opposite. And I think that as a young black female entrepreneur, the only thing that I could do was what I know from my experience. And the honest truth is, I didn't set out to create a company that was like deeply rooted in the principles of inclusivity and diversity. I set out to make a company that was right for me and my friends, and I knew that if I had a problem, chances are somebody else does. And I think that's where so many businesses are, you know, created, when you're solving a problem that's real for you and therefore real for the consumer.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
The names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
You know, with all due respect and thoughts and empathy and sympathy for the people who are suffering at the moment, and there are plenty. It's not just Ukraine and Gaza, it's in many other corners of the world as well. But I'm constantly surprised by the level of resilience and the capacity to actually bounce back from those traumas. So I have faith in the human beings and their capacity to respond to adversity. We've seen it. You know, look, Earlier in the pandemics, we thought that the world was coming to an end, right? It hasn't. Nobody thought that vaccines would come up in such a short period of time. And every time we have to constantly resurrect this spirit of resilience.
But are you hopeful that...
I'm always hopeful. Oh, come on, we have to be. We have to be.
Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Risk is everywhere. It is a risk to get out of bed, take a sip of coffee, step into the street, shake someone's hand, eat a tuna melt. Trust risk betrayal, authenticity risk rejection, and if you want to play it safe, doing nothing risks missing out on everything. We associate risk with what you might lose, but there is no winning in the marketplace without it. If anyone ever comes up to you and offers you something that is completely risk-free, buyer beware. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I read this thing in Bloomberg Business Week about Silicon Valley Bank, which bought billions of dollars of bonds, a risk. Then the value of those bonds fell, depositors went running out the door. The impact of that risk was one of the biggest bank failures in the history of this country. What does it feel like to take risk in business and in life? We're going to try to find out from actual risk takers. It's a risk. We're going to take it together, and we're going to take it tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, risk. The very idea of who gets to take financial risk in global markets and how they go about taking that risk and then how they talk about that risk changed thanks to tonight's first guest. In 2012, Jamie Rogozinski logged onto Reddit, he started a new page, and he called it Wall Street Bets. In the years that followed, it got millions of users. It sparked real frenzies in stocks like GameStop and AMC, and at one point, it got its own Super Bowl ad. But as you may imagine, things did not work out all that well for everyone, and Jamie is here tonight to tell us all about it. Jamie, seriously, thanks for being here.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Risk is a funny thing because it freaks some people out, me included, but there's also something about it that is so attractive and so tantalizing. Why have you been so drawn to it?
Risk is a funny thing because when people say risk, especially when you frame it that way, the implication is either there's an element of randomness, right, or that's the outcome can be very, very costly because it's either unlikely to pay out or the actual, chance of losing might be really costly. But the way that I see risk is really, if you're able to actually quantify those elements, it's really a price that you pay for an opportunity. The way that I look at risk in that sense, it's not that I'm attracted to these thrill seeks. It's, I think this is worth it, right? I think I can identify these are the probabilities or possibilities, and sometimes I can't, but at least I can map them out. And this is what the possible outcome is. And I'm like, let's do this.
Okay, let's do this. Let's really talk about that. Because what you're saying is you're really talking about what it means for something to be risky. When you started Wall Street Bets, the way you talked about it is that you said you wanted a place where people could talk about risky ideas and they could talk about it kind of proudly, risky trade ideas. You were enabling other people to take risks. So can you tell us, like, what worries did you have at the time that things potentially could go wrong for them?
You know, my definition, my understanding and my position on risk has evolved, right? It's become clear as the years gone by. And early on, I justified this by saying, well, look, they're all adults. You have to be 18 by in order to open a brokerage. Same thing if you go to a casino, everyone can go through. And when I said I want to be able to discuss high risk, I wanted to discuss high risk, high return, right? It wasn't just high risk is throwing your money out the window and having it go away with 100% certainty. This was high risk with the possibility of making money. And those two obviously go hand in hand. There are some that are irresponsible with it, but I can't make myself responsible in much the same way that there's gambling addicts, right? But outside of that, what I start seeing is a learning process, much like the one that I personally went through. I lost tons of money, but I walked away with so much knowledge and understanding and hands-on experience that a textbook can never explain to you.
I want to ask you about someone who sort of counts as your really, really complete opposite, Jack Bogle. He was the founder of Vanguard. He helped popularize the very vanilla, very boring idea that if you're an investor, you can diversify your bets. He ended up popularizing the index fund. How did it feel that you, in some ways, were kind of singularly responsible for changing the way that just millions of people think about investing? What did that feel like?
It was humbling for sure. You know, it was unexpected to see the enthusiasm. If I were to have predicted the outcome of it, it would have been people looking down at this particular type of activity. Secretly, it was almost a goal of mine. But the beauty of it is what conservative investors do, Bogle, Buffett, you know, whatever it might be, is no different than what gamblers that literally go to sit at a roulette table do. The changes in the vision that Wall Street bets were, it demystified the idea of finance to people that might otherwise think it's just Excel sheets and discounted cash flows.
You also took a different kind of risk, and you sued Reddit, and you lost. Will you tell us a little bit about what that felt like?
Terrible. Yeah, that was probably in the top 5 riskiest things, if not 3. You know, I get kicked out, and the stubbornness behind Reddit, you know, they never answered. I tried pleading and sorries and threats and back channels and lawyers. They would just be like, no, you're done. They got to a point where they said, no, we're done trying to negotiate. We want to take you to court with this. And I said, all right, well, I guess now I have to actually go to court. And so this is when I decided to countersue them.
So it didn't feel like a risk. It felt like just something you had to do.
I needed to do a foreclosure. I still had a chip on my shoulder, and I couldn't fully commit to anything. And I'd still kind of look at, every time I'd see Wall Street bets on the news or people talking about it, it would still have that kind of sour feeling. And so, and I needed to get past that. And I'm like, look, if I lose, I lose. And then it is what it is. And it would have been the fight of the century for me, or my lifetime for me. But then I can be at peace, right?
Is that how you feel now? Are you at peace?
Unfortunately not, because it's not over yet. I would have liked for the judge to have been like, no, dude, you lose and it's over. You know, I don't want to cover too much on the legal side of things, but the judge, let's just say they left plenty of room for maneuvering. So unfortunately, it's not over.
I was told, I really don't know what it is. I was told you brought an object, I think, that maybe encapsulates risk. I think Natasha, my colleague, is gonna pass it to us, I do believe. What is this? Okay. All right. Tell us about this guy.
You're familiar with this?
Yeah. Remind me.
So this is from a meme, right? It says, "This is fine." It's a little dog, and this encapsulates so much of both my life and my ability to handle emotions, especially with the volatility of markets, but also life in general. It gives you so many ups and downs and so many ways to go through it. Oftentimes, when faced with adversity, my composure resembles this. It's like, yeah, don't worry about it.
Can I see him?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, this is mine now. Jamie, thank you so much for being here. Loved having you.
Not a problem. Thank you very much for having me.
We have more risk coming up next.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
It's an incredibly fun job, for sure.
We're in the business of leading beyond the numbers.
To me, teamwork is key.
You need to identify opportunities and push people.
It's not about how to say no, it's about how to say yes.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
Today's CFO has to be much, much more than a bookkeeper.
I talk more about culture today than I talk about numbers.
It's not just about debits and credits and digits and dollar signs.
It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the Chief Future Officers of some of the world's most influential companies. New episodes this summer, only on Bloomberg. Brought to you by Workday.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
When executives across corporate America want to take a little risk or manage it, they often turn to Wall Street. And there is no entity on Wall Street with a more interesting relationship to risk, including Wall Street bets, than the company Goldman Sachs. And when I think about Goldman, which I do often because I'm a Wall Street reporter, my mind often turns to Maeve DuVally. Maeve is a longtime media executive and until recently was a managing director at Goldman. The truth of the matter is, we have a cordial relationship, but a kind of antagonistic one because it's my job to report on Wall Street's money and power, and it's her job to push back. Recently, I finished her wonderful memoir, Maeve Rising, which is an account of her journey from being a lonely and angry person to the woman who is sitting at this table with me right now. Maeve DuVally, welcome.
Max, thanks for having me. You know, I would say we don't have a antagonistic relationship. I would say that we've locked horns through the years.
Okay,
is that a better characterization?
I think that's a better characterization, but I'm going to ask you in just a couple minutes about all kinds of risks that you have taken, personally and professionally. Sure. But I feel like we should start first things first.
Yep.
Why is risk, which is really, I mean, it's just a fancy way of saying basically the things that can go wrong. Why is risk so important to the work that happens on Wall Street?
Well, from a market perspective, obviously managing market risk, managing operational risk that somebody pushes a button they're not supposed to, and the trade that happens is bigger than it was supposed to be. Those are obvious risks. And you know, there's also kind of macro risk, right? That a central bank does something that people weren't expecting. But the kind of risk that I manage, and incidentally, everybody at Goldman Sachs is taught they have to manage, is reputational risk.
Okay, so I want to talk about 2018. I think my favorite page of your book. You put on makeup at the office for the first time. What I really want to ask about is, like, tell me about the day. Like, what do you remember in full about that day in 2018?
Well, it was the day of the Knight Bagehot Fellowship dinner, which you've probably been to. Knight Bagehot Fellowship is a fellowship for mid-career financial journalists at Columbia University. I'm a alumni of that program and also on the board of Knight Bagehot Fellowship. It's really a nice gathering. I usually look forward to the dinner, but sometime early that afternoon, I literally had this overwhelming feeling and desire that I needed to wear makeup to the event that evening. And once I had that thought, I couldn't get it out of my mind. And I bolted out the door and walked a third of a mile to the closest Sephora and bought a bunch of makeup, which I put on at the end of the day. And I went to that dinner with some makeup on for the first time.
You put on the makeup, you end up kind of negotiating with yourself. And you say to yourself that you basically have this barrel of femininity, and you think, like, should I just keep the lid on? You know, should I just keep the lid on? What would you have risked if you had done that?
I think that would have been impossible, but if I did that, I would have been miserable.
I was wondering when I read your book how it felt to kind of risk your male privilege. You were risking your male privilege in a male-dominated industry.
I'm certain I had male privilege, and I'm certain through the years I exercised male privilege, but I wasn't really consciously aware of it. And to be perfectly honest, it's not something that really matters to me.
When it's time for you to choose a name, you pick one that means she who intoxicates.
Yeah.
Which blew me away when I read it because months before, you stopped drinking. You stopped drinking. Why did you quit?
Well, I had a series of progressively bad bottoms. My last bottom, which was in January of 2018, I holed myself up in an apartment. I only left to get alcohol. I drank around the clock. and I made an attempt on my life. So if I continued drinking, I'm convinced that I would have killed myself. After that episode, I made a decision that I wanted to live, and I knew if I wanted to live, I had to stop drinking.
Look, I mean, we have a professional relationship, so part of me feels like it's hard to say this, but it's also hard not to say it. You know, I'm glad you made that decision. A lot of people who are miserable, they don't get out of their misery.
Yeah.
You know, they stay there.
So the reality is there are a lot of drug addicts and alcoholics in the world, and the vast majority of them do not get sober and do not get clean, and they die alcoholic and addict deaths. That's the reality. So those of us who have made it to recovery, don't take it for granted, number one, and two, realize that it was a gift. And it's a gift that has to be nourished all the time, because if you take it for granted, you're going to wind up right back on the street.
When you came out,
yeah,
you got, I think, literal bouquets from traders at Goldman. I think you got like these very warm notes from people. I think you got phone calls.
Yeah.
Those were from traders, and they were not from investment bankers. And you write in the book with clarity, investment bankers were quiet. I was so surprised by that. What can you explain that? Why did that happen?
I think probably some of my relationships with investment bankers were shallower than I thought. And I think investment bankers are very good at having really expansive relationships kind of across a wide group of people. But, you know, maybe some of those relationships aren't as deep as they would appear.
I love that you're accusing investment bankers writ large of a certain kind of interpersonal shallowness.
I'm not sure I said it exactly
well, that is
that
exactly
way.
as you said it. No. I'm hoping that you'll...
You're not going to put words in my mouth, are you?
Well, I'm the interviewer now.
Yeah.
You know, I asked you earlier about male privilege. Coming out as trans in the milieu of, first of all, New York City, where we are, but also a corporation, which I'm sure, as I'm also keenly aware, has a lot of pressures too. Can you talk, if you want to at all, about, I don't know, maybe the kind of privileges that come with having a really good career as you do?
Sure. So I certainly have white privilege. I have the privilege of having worked at Goldman Sachs. I'm relatively well off. I live in the Chelsea section of New York, which is arguably the best place to be an out transgender person in the world. And even before I left Goldman Sachs, I began to, and I've continued to be, an advocate or activist for the LGBTQ community more broadly, because, you know, not everybody is in a position to speak out. Not everybody wants to speak out, but I'm in a position to, and I want to speak out, so I'm going to.
Thank you so much for being here. I really enjoyed this.
Thanks for having me, Max.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg.
If the names RZA, Jizza, and Old Dirty Bastard mean anything to you, or if you've ever been moved by the music of A Tribe Called Quest or D'Angelo, then you owe a debt of thanks to Sophia Chang. As an artist manager and as a music label executive, she helped shape the landscape of a golden age of New York City rap in the 1990s in a way that would be totally under-celebrated if it weren't for her own book, which is called The Baddest Bitch in the Room. It's a book about the music business, but it's also a book about taking risks, some that work out and some that don't. We've talked tonight about personal risks. We've talked about professional risks. We've talked about financial risks. Sophia's story is a story about what happens when those things come together. Sophia Chang, welcome to the show.
I am so excited to be here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You manage Old Dirty Bastard without any experience as a manager. You ran RZA's record label without any experience running a record label. I think you say in the book that risk is in my DNA.
Did I?
You do.
I wonder if I plagiarized that from somebody. That's really clever.
Risk-taking was in my DNA. Sophia, why is that?
I would say certainly my parents' stories have a lot to do with that. My mother, Tong-Suk Chang, born in 1932, she escaped North Korea when she was 14. She was one of 10 siblings. That was a huge risk. It was a very risky boat ride. My father, he was, God rest his soul, he was estranged from his father, and he took a risk when he studied mathematics in Vancouver. They went to Canada to build a better life for their family. So none of that was explicit in my head as a child, but I think that that's probably the model. And I think the other thing that really supported my journey and my risk-taking was that my parents, every move that I made, they encouraged me. After I moved to New York, I didn't have a job. I didn't have a place. Their peers would say, your daughter, what's she doing? Get her back.
They would have had a good answer, because when you moved to New York, I think one of the first jobs you had was working for Paul Simon.
Yeah.
Paul Simon had a personal assistant who I think was a Korean-American woman.
That's right.
And I think she taught you almost explicitly that it was important for you to take up space in a room. How is, not just confidence, but something like unapologetic confidence, how is that a risk?
I think when you take an intersectional view of this, right? When you think about the fact that I am a woman and I am Asian, and I mostly navigated, Max, very male-dominated milieu. And yes, I remember, her name is Sonia Che, God rest her soul, and I remember watching her move and I thought, wow, and she would just, and she was smaller than me, she would just burst into a room and you could just feel her. She didn't have to yell, she didn't have to do any of that, but her energy just emanated off of her, and I really took that lesson from her.
But, it occurs to me that you talk about losing the fear of embarrassing yourself.
Yes.
I think when you're at like Atlantic Records in an early job.
Yeah.
People have a fear of embarrassing themselves for a reason, because it's self-protected. It's a kind of shield.
Yeah.
So it occurs to me to ask, maybe the question I really want to know is why is it so risky to be yourself?
I think that in general, we as humans operate out of fear. Just in general. So if we're in a meeting and there are 10 people sitting around the table, and maybe I'm junior and I have an idea, my fear, and even if I think it's so smart, my fear is I open my mouth and everybody goes, and it's like the record scratch, rewind, and then everybody looks. I think we all live with a real fear of humiliation, embarrassment, excommunication, reprisal.
Right.
So I have gotten to the point where I just don't care. I mean, it's so incredibly liberating not to care what other people think. It doesn't mean that I don't get my feelings hurt. For me to be out here speaking as openly and fearlessly as I do, I know from people who come up to me that I'm setting an example.
One way of thinking about risk is that it's a kind of bet on the unknown.
Yes, of course.
It's a way of endorsing one kind of future over another. What are the risks, or maybe a single risk, that you still want to take?
I feel like I take risks all the time. I feel like my life is full of risk, and that does feel reckless, but, I just turned 58, and I want to fall in love again. And that's really scary for a woman over, that's scary for a woman over 35. Never mind a woman over 40, over 50, close to 60. And what does that mean for a woman of a certain age to want to fall in love again? Well, that means you've got to put yourself out there. That's a risk because of patriarchy, because of ageism, because of all of those things.
Well, I wish you love, and I wish you many happy rests.
Thank you.
Sophia Chang, seriously, I loved having you here.
And I love being here. Thank you so, so much. Thank you.
Tonight, our three guests, with three very different careers, showed us that you can take just about any risk you want at work and outside of work if you've got the risk appetite and you're in the market for it. You can create a mechanism for other people to take all sorts of outlandish bets on stocks and options. You can reintroduce yourself at your very fancy job without a guarantee that your colleagues are going to appreciate the change. You can take a job in a big business that you're not really qualified for, and then if you don't like it, you can leave. What you can't do, according to these 3 interviews, is know for certain what the payoff's going to be before you take the risk. The best you can do is think carefully about the risks you want to take, think about why you want to take them, reconsider the risks you've taken already, and wonder about the risks that are still to come. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
The biggest and most consistent lie that I've told in the workplace is telling my clients and or members of Wu-Tang Clan what time the lobby call is or what time the flight is and making it an hour earlier than it actually is. But they all figured that one out a long time ago. So you just have to keep moving it back.
In terms of what causes me the most anxiety, it's when a news story I worked on didn't quite turn out like I planned. That's when you can get into trouble, when people have an unexpected negative surprise.
What's the worst thing that I've ever done professionally? Oh man, these existential questions, what is bad? There's nothing that I can recall that was not moral or not ethical. Mistakes, on the other hand, I've made plenty of those, but all of those have been good, right? They were all stepstones to succeeding, to being able to creating, to be able to actually fulfilling stuff.
I wouldn't say that I've had one sweeping gesture of generosity, you know, and you got a car, you got a car, you got a car. I've never been in that position. What I do that manifests generosity is telling people they're doing a great job and always giving them credit when it's due. And it costs nothing.
The top names in tech are on Bloomberg.
I don't like anthropomorphizing AI. I sort of believe it's a tool. It is got intelligence, if you want to give it that as, moniker, but it's not the same intelligence that I have.
Especially I'm afraid of whenever it's some kind of AI is speaking for me. I want to be myself, and I want to be the one speaking. I have AI myself. Yeah. Actual intelligence.
This industry of producing intelligence is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever seen. Instead of instruction-driven computing, it's now intention-driven computing.
There's been a lot of us who've been working in AI for a long time. It's great now to see other people using it and seeing what some of the challenges are.
To stay ahead in tech, it has to be much more than just software. So you need long-term investments in science and research.
You have an ecosystem of companies coming together. It's causing a new industrial revolution.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With the surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
I've I've seen firsthand how some fashion businesses make women feel. And I think there's one thing, you know, being really vocal and being an Instagram activist and talking about something, there's a difference than putting your money where your mouth is and really trying to do something about the problem. And that's what I did with that business. It was about how do I take everything that I know and I've learned and actually do the opposite. And I think that as a young black female entrepreneur, the only thing that I could do was what I know from my experience. And the honest truth is, I didn't set out to create a company that was like deeply rooted in the principles of inclusivity and diversity. I set out to make a company that was right for me and my friends, and I knew that if I had a problem, chances are somebody else does. And I think that's where so many businesses are, you know, created, when you're solving a problem that's real for you and therefore real for the consumer.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. When my colleagues and I thought about what kind of themes of the magazine we want to turn into episodes of the show, we spoke about envy, failure, feuds, family, heists, generosity, legends, risk, rivals, and then we had a really far out idea: moonshots. We reached out to many different kinds of people, including like actual real NASA astronauts. The first person that we talked to is a billionaire who is spending $100 million to try to cure a rare kind of muscular dystrophy that he has called FSHD by the year 2027. His name is Chip Wilson. He's the founder of Lululemon, and that is one of the most valuable apparel brands in the world today. But when we heard about his life and his career and his feelings about honesty and one extremely serious example of dishonesty, we decided to shoot for the moon. So, tonight's episode is built around one interview and built around the moonshots of one person who doesn't totally think they're really moonshots at all. Here is Chip Wilson. Chip, welcome to the show.
Well, thanks for having me, Max.
You've written about feeling kind of disgusted in business and in life by, I think, what you call mediocrity. You know, and that's like complaining or caution or like wallowing in embarrassment, wallowing in shame. What you want instead is, I think, what you describe as a kind of like radical, a radical greatness. What has the idea of moonshots meant to you and to your career?
I never really thought of moonshots ever. Like, so, I mean, you're bringing this up, and I guess Peter Diamandis from Singularity University and fame in the X Prize would have been kind of the master of this kind of idea about having an idea that could make $1 billion, affect 1 billion people in the world. And so what is that? And how do you exponentially set your company or yourself on that trajectory to get there? And of course, the big ways are setting a firm goal with a buy-win date and conditions for satisfaction, and then putting action in place in order to get there.
Am I right, though, even if you're not thinking about it as moonshots, am I thinking that sort of maybe your life has been built around this idea of really kind of loathing, like an acceptance of mediocrity, and that what you want instead is to put yourself in a position to make kind of the impossible possible, which is, I guess, how I think about moonshots?
Yeah, I think more like I almost feel sorry for people that get to near the end of their life and they go, oh my God, my life is over and I really didn't go for it. And something that we'll talk about maybe later is this thing about looking at life from the stands rather than playing on the court.
By the year 2030, I think you've said you'll be unable to walk by yourself. You're about 18 months now into, I think there's a 5-year window for the $100 million US goal. Right. How is this new moonshot, if that's a fair word for it, how is it going?
I would say it's phenomenal. Before 2018, when we really started thinking about this Solve FSHD model that we have right now, myself and a man named Neil Camarda, who was the ex-CEO of Shell Oil in Canada, who family also has this. We belong to a firm out of the Netherlands called Fascio, and it was like the only thing dealing with FSHD in the world, and we went through about 6 or 7 years of it and $30–40 million, and nothing really came out of it. I got to the point where my muscular dystrophy was telling me like, oh my God, like I can't pretend like it's not going to happen anymore. Like it's really starting to affect me. So I went, okay, I've got to put some action in place to make this happen. And I had been studying Peter Diamandis' model about how to set up a $100 million prize and then what that does. And what it does is it brings everybody out of the woodwork. One, you get a lot of publicity for it. There's funding there, and people go, you know, I have an idea that I think can be attributed and help FSHD or maybe even cure it. But there was a lot of steps that had to get there to do that. So hopefully that gave you the foundation of where it came from.
You were diagnosed when you were, I think, like 32.
Right.
Which before Lululemon. I'm wondering if maybe an idea that there was something wrong going on, if that subconsciously put a kind of internal pressure to sort of be great in the years ahead, and that even if you weren't thinking about it, somehow it pressured you to do something like kind of extraordinary.
I would never compare myself to Steve Jobs, but I often thought about Steve, like whether internally he knew something was going on and he had to make things happen. I don't think that was necessarily it for me. I think I got diagnosed with it. I think I'm a very lucky person in that I have a very slow-moving one. There's thousands of children in wheelchairs who have it. I mean, and then I go, well, why was I so lucky to have a slow-moving one? I was always an athlete. I mean, like 3 or 4 hours a day my whole life. And so I think I was lucky to have this part of it kind of repress I guess the inflammation that occurs in the expression of the epigenetics of the expression of the DNA. So I feel like I've been very lucky to have been born with the athletic love, but on the other hand, I have this problem, and
I know that you consider yourself lucky, and I know that you like to think about yourself as a player on the field, and that you were a triathlete, and you swam, and you worked out, I think, like 2 or 3 times a day.
Sure.
Sounds very stressful to me. But I'd like to try to channel, if it's true, the feelings that, I don't know, the feelings that I live with, you know, for no particular reason, feelings of like self-pity and anger or regret. You know, the common sort of ugliness of life. Have you gotten in touch with some of those things over the last couple of years?
Oh, yeah. I definitely lived that life a lot till I was 40. And I think that I did a couple of things. I mean, I went through that period of like self-reflection at the age of 40. Read 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, The Psychology of Achievement by Tracy. I took the Landmark Forum course, read the book Good to Great by Jim Collins, and these things kind of formed a new Chip Wilson, so to speak, and it reframed who I was and how I was going to move forward. So I was able to like very easily now flex this muscle called amnesia. And amnesia is something where it's like waking up in the morning and I have no past. And if you have no past, then interestingly enough, you have no future.
The names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
You know, with all due respect and thoughts and empathy and sympathy for the people who are suffering at the moment, and there are plenty. It's not just Ukraine and Gaza, it's in many other corners of the world as well. But I'm constantly surprised by the level of resilience and the capacity to actually bounce back from those traumas. So I have faith in the human beings and their capacity to respond to adversity. We've seen it. You know, look, earlier in the pandemics, we thought that the world was coming to an end, right? It hasn't. Nobody thought that vaccines would come up in such a short period of time. And every time, We have to constantly resurrect this spirit of resilience.
But are you hopeful that
I'm always hopeful. Oh, come on, we have to be. We have to be.
Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
DOJ or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges next.
It was going to keep Great World Cup. This is a three.
As the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
Sing a slightly different tune in the memoir. You are very clear that you're really future oriented, and you describe kind of beautifully like this way of like you do kind of talk about like living in the future. And I associate that's one reason why I think about you in moonshots. I'm curious to ask about the way in which you can put yourself in the future and the way in which, you know, I guess your success has afforded you an ability to try to change your future. So I'm wondering if you still feel as future oriented as you used to.
Oh, I'm definitely there. I think the best way to affect life in the present is to determine what my future is going to be. So I set goals for 1, 5, 10 years out. I have a 30-year vision of what my life wants to, you know, I want it to look like. And I work back from that 30-year vision to set my 10, 5, and 1-year goals. And I put actions in place in order to get there, and I get the life that I want to live.
Do you feel that you've ever been disappointed that the present doesn't turn out to be what you thought the future would hold?
I don't mind failing 50% of the time at my goals. I think failing is a muscle that very few people are used to now. And people talk about stress and mental illness. No, it's just a failure, and it's a failure to be dealt with. And I think people that learn how to deal with failure learn how to reset goals, reset conditions of satisfaction, new dates, and get on with life.
What's the connection to stress and mental illness? Do you think that sometimes people misinterpret what's really same?
Well, I mean, we've all heard of this thing called helicopter parents that have taken care of kids and doing everything for them. Never let them fail, never let them have any adversity. You know, I think that that's the worst thing parents can do, and I think we're going through an epidemic right now.
All right, but you know, that's ironic, though, because it was your dad who told you, I think at a swimming pool, that instead of saving your energy in a race for like later on, the final laps, that you should go all out. Will you tell us more about the poolside theory that your dad gave you? And I'm pretty sure that it's important to your life.
Yeah. It's really critical. Everybody in that era, it seemed like in the 60s or 70s, it was kind of like, there was always this thing about looking good at the end of the race, like sprinting the last 100 meters in a running race or in the swim race, going to the end and hitting the wall and going, but nobody really like went full out at the beginning. And of course, it's very common now in Olympics. You can see everybody doing it. But at the time, it was rare. And so to actually like decide to go full out and fully commit, you know, had me get a Canadian record. I think it was the #2 time in the world at the time. And I went, wow, you know, like what? So now I became actually fearful, which is kind of an interesting way of being, of going through life and doing things and not committing 100%. I never wanted to get to my deathbed and go, I only gave that idea 97%. If I would have done 3% more, would I have done it, and would life have shown up differently? I never want to be on my deathbed regretting a thing.
Chip, CEOs are not known for saying what they really think, and they're not known for being willing to be themselves. You printed your own manifesto of sayings on the actual Lululemon bag. You know, it included one, I think, that people ended up getting upset about. It's about children of the orgasm of life, I think. You wrote in your memoir that I think you said something along the lines of like, I'd rather see a child have a job than just waste away. And then in an interview with a colleague here, you said, I think, some women's bodies just actually don't work for Lululemon pants. What is the point for you of talking like so brashly?
Well, I think it was the culture of Lululemon to be totally open and undefended, and to have every discussion was out on the table. I think especially when you are dressing people, and you're looking at all the different types of bodies and the different personalities that want different colors, different shapes, different everything. I mean, there's 1 billion nuances that have to occur and things like that. But really, it's the psychology of like looking at people and determining who the muse is, who's actually going to buy your product, but almost as importantly, who do you not want to have buying your product? And can a brand be everything to everybody? Does that become the Gap? Well, I never wanted to become the Gap, and I certainly didn't want to become like most failed, quite frankly, American apparel companies. I wanted to be distinct. I wanted my market was a very healthy person that was interested in fun and longevity and community, and that's who my market was.
We do not need to relitigate the comment about pants, but I mean, I guess that I could sort of imagine that maybe you've learned that, like, it, you know, it just like hurt people's feelings, that people felt left out, and they felt left out because of things they can't control. Maybe you wouldn't say the same thing nowadays.
No, I don't think so. I think, you know, like, let's face it here. I probably had done hundreds and hundreds of interviews and said thousands and thousands of things. It's just the roll of the dice of the odds that I would say something that was very truthful that is going to affect how some people think. Now, let's put it in context. I mean, that type of thing was in 2013, just at the start of social media, and nobody really understood social media or the power of it. Now, this is a very interesting statistic, and that was the third most sold book in the world is The Sorcerer's Stone by J.K. Rowling's. Okay, there's the
Harry Potter.
There's the Bible, then Mao, and then the story. It's fascinating when you think about that. 14% of people gave it a 1 star and said it was the worst book they'd ever written. So if you kind of think about any subject or any line that anybody says about anything, you can assume at the very minimum you're going to get 14%. Now, that was a great book. So let's say the average is 22 to 23% of people are going to be vehemently opposed to anything that anybody says about anything.
Listen, I don't think, though, that we should, first of all, I don't want to harp on this too much, but saying something about, you know, yoga pants and writing Harry Potter are different. That if 14% of people who read Harry Potter don't like it, you know, that may be the case. But I guess, to make it a little bit bigger, I'm betting that you must have a sense that you're taking a risk. You're making a bet that by saying kind of what you want about bodies or the children line on the bag or child labor, a bet that you're just going to be yourself and you're going to say what you want and you don't really care what's going to happen. I'm sort of assuming that must be like a conscious gamble in your mind, or at least it was then, maybe.
I don't think so. I think it's, it was 2013 was the entering of the stage of the world where people couldn't have an opinion anymore. Or I could have an opinion, but it didn't mean that people couldn't vehemently oppose to it verbally on a platform that would go global. I mean, before that, people said ideas all the time. What it is to be an entrepreneur is to have ideas that nobody else has.
From the world of politics to the world of business, every weekday on Bloomberg TV and radio, hosts Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis from and about politics' biggest power players.
The president has been clear that is non-negotiable.
I mean, this is going to be an ugly, ugly year.
Balance of Power, live around the world every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Context changes everything.
Is there anything, I know that you really orient yourself to the future. Is there anything about the past that you wish now that you could change? Something that you did or something that you didn't do, something that you said or something that you didn't say?
No, I'd say my only regret was I had total control of Lululemon, 100%. It was a cash cow making a lot of money. I had 3 kids under the age of 2, and I wanted to be a family man. So I sold to private equity and didn't really realize after selling to private equity that, you know, that people would, I was a very trusting type of person. And, you know, oh, it'll take us 5 years to go public. Well, we went public in a year. You know, everything that, you know, they had promised me kind of flew out the window. And what really happened is I lost control of the board. And I didn't have A and B class shares, which I could have, you know, easily asked for, and didn't know I didn't have the right advice, which is my fault. And so by not controlling the board, I lost the culture of Lululemon and the growth of where I think it should be.
So your big professional regret is selling to private equity guys and losing control of your board of directors.
No, my regret would more be like I didn't spend time developing relationships with advisors or calling people that had gone through the process before and really understanding, you know, what it is I needed to do. I think I also had surrounded myself with advisors that were also very nice, trusting Canadians, you know, and I think, you know, it's just that private equity isn't set up to, you know, to tell you the whole truth about what's going to happen 3 or 4 years down the road.
You felt you were naive?
Oh, very naive.
What do you want to say to people who are working retail jobs, maybe a job as a barista, a job with a boss, and they really crave doing their own thing, but feel like they don't have the resources or the capacity to actually try? What do you want to tell them?
Well, I think it comes back to what we've been talking about already. Like, do you want to be on your deathbed and go, I wonder if I would have done that or not? What's the point of living a life like that? I'm going to have 2 kids. I'm going to live in suburbia. At 60, I'm going to retire, become a road cyclist, and then I'm going to die. It was great because then I'd lived an entire life. If I would have like lived the life I'd already envisioned and then I died, that would be boring.
Wait, Chip, where does this idea of like the horror of a kind of like basic life come from? I mean, you asked like, what's the point of that? I mean, I can think of some reasons to do it. You know, like just like decency, you know, comfort, family. Like, spending time with people you love and enjoy, you know? I guess that's like a low-stakes life, but I don't think it sounds as bad to me. It sounds like it kind of horrifies you.
Well, it is interesting that I think everybody makes the life basically in reaction to something that happened when they were in their childhood.
Yeah.
And what you're talking about is a type of person who maybe had a very rough childhood and very chaotic childhood. And in reaction to that, they want a very normal, safe, predictable life. Now, you could say I had a very chaotic childhood and everything, but I think my parents loved me, and I think that I was a firstborn child, and I was kind of, whatever my genetic makeup is or anything, I wasn't ever going to be happy with a normal life.
There are those of us who have a boss and a boss's boss, and sometimes a boss for that boss as well. But like, you know, we appreciate our paychecks and we like the stability of it, you know, a sense of certainty that it offers. Can you sell us on the idea of living life your way?
Well, a leader is someone who creates a future that would otherwise not have happened. And a leader can be anybody. It can be the person, the maintenance person sweeping the floors, and it can be the CEO and everybody in between. I think you can have that life that you want to live, but it's important to be a leader to yourself. And so what does that leader do? He inspires and loves other people and makes everyone around them attain their very, very best.
Is it possible to have that life, a life of generosity and love, but without being a successful entrepreneur, just having a kind of stable job, maybe even in some ways what might look to the outside world like a mediocre job? Could it be possible to sort of be successful in your book like that?
A truly happy person is living in choice. So choice means not deciding. So deciding to do something is kind of like suicide. You're cutting off choices, where choice is really about like coming up with 4 or 5 different possibilities for how life is lived, or almost how every moment is lived. And that's really only possible by, again, having that amnesia and letting the past go and creating the present from an unknown future. So I think as long as somebody is choosing the life that they're living and not doing it in reaction to their past, then they're living a fulfilled life.
We're going to leave it there. Chip Wilson, really enjoyed having you here.
My pleasure. Thanks, Max. Okay, very good.
You just watched an interview with a billionaire who goes from one very far out challenge to the next, kind of reshaping his present by reconceptualizing his future. But it turns out he has mixed feelings about the word moonshot. If you're the kind of person who aims extremely high professionally, maybe you do too. Maybe you just do what you do. However, no matter how you feel about the word, when you take a moonshot, things do not go as planned. In fact, as you are about to see in the closing moments of our interview, things go to places that no one could have predicted. Take a look. We'll see you soon.
Yes, I can remember the last time I was dishonest, and it actually makes me quite sick. I was being interviewed by the SEC, and I think I had to say what wasn't true in order to, how can I say this? If I would have said what was true, then I would have spent 3 or 4 years in court, flying back and forth from Vancouver to who knows where in the United States. And I probably will have lost $1 billion in stock value. But more so, I just had 3 kids at a very young age, and I wasn't willing to be away from them. And that took more precedence over telling the truth.
Will you just give viewers context of, like, you know, I was here at the time and they were asking about X. The viewers are going to be like, holy what is he talking about? Will you just add in full sentences, like, just help orient viewers so they're not completely flummoxed by that?
No, I won't.
You're just going to leave it mysterious?
Yeah.
All right, well, I honestly want to know more.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
It's an incredibly fun job, for sure.
We're in the business of leading beyond the numbers.
To me, teamwork is key.
You need to identify opportunities and push people.
It's not about how to say no, it's about how to say yes.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
Today's CFO has to be much, much more than a bookkeeper. I talk more about culture today than I talk about numbers.
It's not just about debits and credits and digits and dollar signs.
It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the Chief Future Officers of some of the world's most influential companies. New episodes this summer, only on Bloomberg. Brought to you by Workday.
This is Bloomberg News Now.
News when you want it at the touch of a button.
Another volatile day on Wall Street. We're seeing big moves.
All eyes on Capitol Hill as Democrats and Republicans prepare.
Today's job numbers casting doubt on the Fed's next move. Inflation remains front and center. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Get it 24/7 on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg News Now. Context changes everything.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
The top names in tech are on Bloomberg.
I don't like anthropomorphizing AI. I sort of believe it's a tool. It is got intelligence, if you want to give it that as moniker, but it's not the same intelligence that I have.
Especially I'm afraid of whenever it's some kind of AI is speaking for me. I want to be myself, and I want to be the one speaking. I have AI myself. Yeah. Actual intelligence.
This industry of producing intelligence is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever seen. Instead of instruction-driven computing, it's now intention-driven computing.
There's been a lot of us who've been working in AI for a long time. It's great now to see other people using it and seeing what some of the challenges are.
To stay ahead in tech, it has to be much more than just software. So you need long-term investments in science and research.
You have an ecosystem of companies coming together. It's causing a new industrial revolution.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Ambition and success are similar, but they are not the same. You can be ambitious and a total failure. You can be a success with no ambition at all. If you call someone ambitious, you might not even mean it as a compliment. You might be trying to say they're more of a schemer than a dreamer. The truth is, ambition can be a little embarrassing. The coolest kind of success doesn't seem effortful. It's less manifested than destined. Total ambition about everything, like no ambition about anything, isn't always so ideal. I read this thing in Bloomberg Business Week about the Google billionaire Sergey Brin, who has spent years backing a secret mission to build giant airships. The rumor is he spent more than like $250 million. Now, people don't really know what he's up to, and that can be kind of intriguing, but also kind of scary. And yet, he presses on. So how much ambition is the right amount? And who is to say? Let's be ambitious. We're going to try to figure it out together tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, ambition. The guest who is sitting at this table with me right now has been called the most exciting Black American scholar ever. And that's because the ambitious work that Dr. Cornel West does as an activist, as a philosopher, as an intellectual, as a teacher who quit Harvard not once, but twice, combines the Baptist Church with Chekhov, with Marx, with John Coltrane, with Toni Morrison, and he makes a criticism of American power and money that is bold and italicized. And now he's doing something more ambitious than ever. He is trying to put himself in the most important position in this world, and he aims for nothing less than disrupting and interrupting the landscape of power as we know it. Dr. Cornel West, thank you for being here.
It's a blessing to sit here with you, man.
It's so good to have you here.
Definitely.
Ambition is a complicated subject, but it's a deep one. When is ambition something to be ashamed of, and when is it something to revel in, celebrate?
As long as ambition has a spiritual and moral dimension to it, it's a beautiful thing. Tolstoy was ambitious, Toni Morrison was ambitious, John Coltrane was ambitious, Stephen Sondheim was ambitious. All of these folk who were ambitious really were people who had a profound vocation. See, a vocation not the same as profession. If you're in a profession and you don't have a vocation, you're going to get caught up in the dominant forces. And what are the dominant forces of our day? Markets, buying, selling, spectacle, image, celebrity.
Let's go back.
Too much narcissism and hedonism and not enough caring and nurturing of others as well as self. But it's always been that way. See, I'm not an alarmist about that.
No? Doesn't alarm me?
Oh, no, every moment of human history. It's been a history that's pretty ugly, man. You know, the challenge has always been the self-destructive tendencies of the species.
I want to mention something about Donald Trump, which is that a year before the 2016 election, I sat with him. I reported on his corporate bankruptcies. There were many things that surprised me about being in his presence and talking to him. But one of them back then was he had never had any kind of representative role before in his life. He went from not representing anyone politically to being president. I think it's essentially fair to say the same thing about you. Tell us about why you're qualified in a way that he wasn't in this life you've had, where you've done many things, but being a political leader in the regular sense is not one of them.
Yeah, I mean, one is that anytime you engage in high-quality service to others, no matter what the context, you have to come with a spirit of humility. You learn and listen. So I'd have to have some high-quality folk around me who have spent time in the machinations of the system. But you're right, never holding office. So I'd have to come in with a spirit of humility. But most important, you see, we're at the edge of a cliff when it comes to the United States. It's a very, very sad moment because the worst of any country, just like the worst of any human being, is allow that hatred and greed, especially when it's organized, institutionalized, and routinized. It's just almost subversive to try to have integrity, honesty, and decency in a lot of our context. So for me, my role is to reintroduce America to the best of itself. Because we've had some great figures and traditions in the United States. We really have.
I've seen firsthand how some fashion businesses make women feel. And I think there's one thing, you know, being really vocal and being an Instagram activist and talking about something, there's a difference than putting your money where your mouth is and really trying to do something about the problem. And that's what I did with that business. It was about how do I take everything that I know and I've learned and actually do the opposite. And I think that as a young black female entrepreneur, the only thing that I could do was what I know from my experience. And the honest truth is, I didn't set out to create a company that was like deeply rooted in the principles of inclusivity and diversity. I set out to make a company that was right for me and my friends, and I knew that if I had a problem, chances are somebody else does. And I think that's where so many businesses are, you know, created, when you're solving a problem that's real for you and therefore real for the consumer.
In a multi-trillion-dollar industry, there's a lot of ground to cover.
Bitcoin ETFs rubbing elbows with the big dogs.
This frenzy has engulfed the entire world.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question.
Great question.
Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions.
The financial question. You mentioned the word accountability. You know, there are reports that you have owed hundreds of thousands of dollars in federal taxes, and then a smaller amount, I think tens of thousands of dollars in child support.
Yeah, that was the one that was a lie. I've never actually had any child back payment in that sense, though.
Let's talk about taxes.
Very much. Oh, yes.
It's fair to hold candidates to really high standards.
I agree.
What happened so that you didn't pay, you know, whatever was owed?
Well, one, I've always been broke as the Ten Commandments financially. I've had heavy debts and obligations, both with family as well as getting behind. You see, I had student loans when I first came out, and I got behind way back in the 80s. And there was a time when I had multiple audits. I had knocks on the door to get a subpoena Christmas Eve. And I said, dang, could you all wait for another day? I know I'm behind. But the good news has always been that I set up installment plans. And I've always done that because it's true, and I think that people are right to raise these questions, that money's never really meant that much to me. It really, as long as I can keep my money flow, I live from paycheck to paycheck. And that's true for 63% of my fellow citizens in the country. The richest nation in the history of the world. You got CEOs running around here, multi-million dollars every year. And these precious citizens barely making it. I do, in fact, recognize my checks are bigger, but my debts are bigger. And I've always been chasing that next check in order to make it, but I've always been open about that.
Is it something that you're going to work on, I guess, now but before the elections?
Well, it's the same because I've always had the installment plans in place. But you see, the important thing is, the great Melville, our greatest novelist, he used to say that truth is a ragged edge. You see, if you're really committed to truth, it means you're not just speaking truth to powerless, you're also speaking truth to yourself. See, and that's Socratic, isn't it?
It's not easy.
Self-examination, that's self-scrutiny. And it takes a certain kind of courage to do that. Not just in private, but in public.
Are there things that you've found when you look inside that you don't like?
For myself? Oh, absolutely. I'm a human being. I'm a cracked vessel, my brother. I got revolutionary potential. I got thuggish proclivities. And I'm wrestling with this every day. Kendrick Lamar has the same wrestling. I like that. Any decent human being does. Michael Hurley does.
Michael Hurley.
Oh, yes, those valley of tears that he finds himself in, stealing the right to live. Tell the truth, Brother Michael, about yourself. But he bounced back. Tupac bounces back. I attempt to bounce back, but it's human, all the way down, Brother Max.
Let's talk about capitalism. Do you feel optimistic, something akin to optimistic about American capitalism? Can you imagine a world where capitalism somehow allows us to fix climate change, to somehow heal inequality? Can you envision a world where that happens?
Well, one is that you can never downplay the creativity of human beings. There's no doubt that the virtues of markets have to do with scientific breakthroughs and technological innovations. It's a beautiful thing. What you have to do is to make sure the markets are subordinate to public welfare. But unfortunately, especially in the United States, it's very difficult to be optimistic about American capitalism. It's had a long time to generate these results. In my campaign, I'm calling for an abolition of poverty, abolition of homelessness, strong defense of workers, strong defense of women, control over bodies and so forth, and a real accountability of the organized greed at the top. You see, so in that sense, I wouldn't say optimistic, but I'm not optimistic about anything.
You're not?
Very important. Oh, no.
You seem like an optimist to me.
Oh, no, I'm a blues man. There's no optimism in the blues.
I want to ask you not about what other people think, but about what you would think and how you would self-examine if the day came when, as Republicans, I think, ambitiously hope in their own way, you peel off votes from Biden, Trump wins. How will it square with your values and your internal voice? What would happen on that day if that day came?
I think we have to be, even in the political context, even though we're aware of strategic and tactical considerations, you do have to be honest about what's inside of you. And let me give you an example of this. I mean, 40% of U.S. citizens don't vote at all, and that's what I'm targeting. And 62% of those who vote third party, either Libertarian or Green, say they would never, ever, ever vote for Democrats or Republicans. So we're only talking about a small slice. But I can tell you this, the flip side is, if I remain silent, or if I begin talking about how wonderful Biden is when I don't believe it, that's a violation of my integrity. So that I do understand, that kind of finger pointing, you are the cause of fascism in America because you got 4% and so and so and so. Yes, that's something that I wrestle with. That's part of that Civil War, the battlefield of my soul, too.
What I'm learning is that your real ambition is to be a kind of transcendent existential pressure inside the country, to provide something that you think is not there.
Well, it's a beautiful way of putting it, but I wouldn't use the word transcendent. I'm a funk master. It's not transcendent. It's immanent. It's grounded in the culture and lived experiences of ordinary people, of those Sly Stone call everyday people. And that's true for all of the social movements. They have transcendent visions because it embraces everybody, no matter what color and gender and so forth. But it is in the funk. And the problem of America is it tends to deodorize its funk. When you're playing your guitar, you know where the funky notes are, you see.
The only wrong thing you said is that I don't think I'm a very funky guitar player.
Well, you sound good to me.
Okay,
I'm telling you that.
I'll take it. Dr. Cornel West, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really, really enjoyed it.
This was wonderful, though, brother.
It was wonderful for me. Coming up next, a director, a model, an activist. But is she ambitious? Stay tuned. What do you call it when high-end American fashion all but leaves out the faces of black women? You call it high-end American fashion. The guest who's sitting with me at this table didn't just reshape what beauty looks like on TV, in magazines, and on runways. She helped debunk the myth that the imagery of black beauty does not sell. Beth Ann Hardison's ambition as a model agency owner, and as an advocate wasn't just to thrive, which she did, it was to blaze paths for other people to follow. And now, at 81, she is the co-director and the subject of an ambitious new film called Invisible Beauty. Beth Ann Hardison, so glad you're here.
Thank you.
Can we talk about just like the very specific word ambition? There's something I think maybe sometimes it's like has a little like a little glow of nastiness maybe. You know, like ambition sounds a little bit meaner than like drive or determination. To me, you're such an interesting and ambitious person. What does like how do you even feel about the word?
It's not like I don't like the word. I just don't think that I really am the one who really demonstrates it in the way that I think it's meant. Ambition to me is someone who actually plans to actually do something and do it in such a way that they work towards it, like becoming a doctor, a singer, a musician. The ambition has to be there. The passion has to be there. I come along like a troubleshooter, but it's not a plan before that until I see the problem. To me, that's just like someone who's a house cleaner. You know, they're domestic. They just go, oh, there's dust on the thing. Oh, let me just wipe that off.
And that's you.
That's me to me.
I want to ask you about your son, though, because when you modeled, you always kept a second job. And one reason why is that you were raising, sort of semi-secretly from the industry, a kid. You had a child.
Yeah.
You've said, my son and I needed to cross the line, the winning line. He became an actor. He played Dwayne Wayne on A Different World. How did you encourage a sense of ambition in him? And tell us about the toll that it took on your relationship.
I think what it really was is that, you know, I got pregnant when I was a young girl, and I think it was a fear of just failing. I got lucky that it worked out another way, and I wound up being successful in my own way, you know. But I think the reason why I was had to give Kadeem something to do is because he never knew what he wanted to be.
I love the story that you gave him a scene to be a boy with a missing dog. You know, you turned him on to acting. You encouraged it. Well, look, I mean, it was your idea, not his. Do you have you thought yourself, or have you talked to him about the way that instilling ambition in other people can sometimes be a little dangerous?
I don't think it's, and I like that you're stuck on this word ambition. Because you and I should go out on a date. We can argue this point.
Oh, thank you so much. It's the first time I've been asked out on this television show. Thank you, Beth.
Because I tell you, I didn't think I was trying to impose ambition. That's for you to do on your own. I think what I was doing is really basically giving him an opportunity to grasp something. Ambition, I don't think you can really teach people ambition.
Let's talk about you and your drive and your career. So in 1980, you became an agent at Click Models. I think you represented a very young Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
Then you start your own agency.
Yeah.
It's Beth Ann Management.
Yeah.
And you discover Veronica Webb.
Yeah.
Then you discover Tyson Beckford.
Yeah.
Whose contract with Ralph Lauren was, I think, also
that was major.
What did it feel like to channel your drive, your ambition, if you want, through other people to help them succeed? It was no longer about you as a model. You were channeling other people. How did that feel?
I didn't want to have a model agency. The last thing I wanted was a model agency, but they made me do it. Most things that I'm doing, someone made me do it. It's never my ambition to say, oh, I'm going to do this.
Will you let me try to be ambitious myself and push back on something?
Go ahead.
Okay. We talk about your extremely ambitious career, and you're like, no, I wasn't really that ambitious. We talk about your son, who you push into acting, and you were like, well, no, I wasn't really doing that. Then we talk about you starting a modeling agency, and you say, oh, I didn't want to start a modeling agency.
It's true.
But Beth Ann, is it possible that that there's something about you and the way that you look at your career where you undersell the challenges that you faced instead of doing what most people do, which is oversell them?
Yeah. I'll even get better. I didn't have a career. What I have is many different things I do. You know, I used to have people who stand behind me, and I used to say, this is my backup band. They can explain to me better than I can. And people would step in front of me when I would be introduced to someone. They say, "Oh, please, she's so modest. Let me tell you what she's done." I don't take it on so well. I see that.
Why do you think that is?
I think because I don't think that much of it in the act of doing it. I think that it's something that just had to be done. Someone had to do it.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
A little less rosy now.
Okay.
So in '96, you closed your agency.
Yeah.
You moved to Mexico. You said, I had no idea what I'd do next because I had no ambition. I had no ambition. If you have no ambition, you don't know what you're going to do. You just make sure you don't sink. Well said. You
I got some good quotes. Those things. Oh my gosh.
How did that feel? Take me back to Mexico when it was like you had nothing doing after this decades of action.
I basically knew that I was having a nice downtime. It was good. And I didn't have to worry about doing too much. I still had to work a little bit because I still had Tyson. And then I started getting those calls. I think when I left the industry, New York Times had written an article on me saying who was going to do the work that I had been doing and how important it was. And I was like, oh, please, I'm out of here. You know, don't put that on me. Someone else can pick it up. And then when I started getting those calls about the models that disappeared and all, and I was getting those calls from Naomi, and you got to come back, you got to come back. And I wasn't going that long. It was like 3-4 months or something.
Just to expand on what you're saying that Naomi Campbell was calling you to say the black models are disappearing.
Yes, yeah.
And I want to give a little bit more context. You had started an advocacy group called Black Girls Coalition.
Yes.
And that was an advocacy group for models with Aman, with Naomi Campbell.
Yeah, but it was when it first started, just to be clear, when it first started, it was just to celebrate the girls, to introduce them to each other, because so many of them were working, you know, doing editorial, which had never happened before, but they don't know that. They're the first ones on the scene. I've been around. I've known this is the first time. Then eventually, in about 4 years later, 3 or 4 years later, I decided to go up against the advertising industry.
Right.
Because they were not reflecting their consumer.
And you tell me you're not ambitious.
No, that's not ambitious. Hey, can I get a...
because this is serious stuff. I mean, look, the reality is you played a really important role in getting black faces onto runways and into magazines. But then, lo and behold, what happens? The faces start disappearing. Things, the diversity, as it so often does in corporate America, especially, it makes progress and then it comes back.
Yeah.
What was it like to see failure following progress, and what did you do about it?
Well, that's the thing. You always say, you know, you go 3 steps forward and you fall 4 steps back or something like that. And it took me 4 years before I can really get back on that horse. I'm coming back and okay. That wasn't so much like ambition to me. That's more like, once again, like revolutionary. That I live with very well. I believe I am. I know I am.
I want to bring up something else you said, and it's about change. You said, I always know because I've lived life long enough, you can change things. You might need to be foot against your pedal, but you can change things.
Yeah.
There are so many forms of like being driven, you know, but I feel like it's so rare for people to aim to make things better for other people instead of themselves.
I think when I leave here, I'm going to feel different. I think you're really convincing me. I'm going to go out of here with my head held high and a big head, too. I'm going to swell this head up, and I'm going to try and get through that door.
Well, then I'll walk out with a swollen head, too, if that's what you're saying. I think I want to end, if you don't mind, but then at the end of your film, you talk about dying, going home.
Yeah.
A good end to a good life? I mean, that seems like the most beautiful ambition that I could think of, I think. If you don't mind talking about it, what would you like it to feel like?
When I leave this earth? Not so painful. I want people to celebrate, have a good time. I know I'm going to be buried upstate New York in a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful cemetery. And I just hope that I just cruise right along and that something is left behind that remembers. One thing I would like to do, and this is requiring ambition.
Okay.
I want to do a one-woman show.
Are you going to do it? What's stopping you?
Yeah, I got to finish this film, the film keeps going on. And also, I just need to finish this book. And, fear stops me, because that's scary. The one-woman show is not like a stand-up comedian. I'm going to do it interactively with the audience. I'm just going to tell stories. But I always wanted to do that.
Will it be okay if I or if the world remembers you as an ambitious woman?
Yeah, you can do anything you want once I'm gone.
It's a deal. Beth Van Hardison, thank you so much for being here.
I'm happy I came. I learned a lot about me this time.
So did I.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. It was extremely ambitious to think that we could learn about ambition, how much of it is enough, how much of it is too much, by just asking ambitious people to tell us. As it turns out, sometimes we can easily recognize the ambition inside of us, and then sometimes we totally rebel against the very concept. Maybe the lesson is that ambition is something to recognize inside of ourselves and something to be proud of, as long as it's wielded wisely. Maybe the most ambitious form of ambition is the kind that's generous and humble. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you'll join us next time.
That little inch makes a difference. How do I waste time when I'm like now? I'm wasting time right now.
I don't think I'm proud of any virtue, but I'm blessed to be able to cultivate the highest virtue, which is that of love.
The most valuable virtue to me with anyone that I'm close to is compassion. I think compassion is the most important thing.
I have not rid myself of any of the vices. In the language of my Jewish brother Paul, who wrote the Christian New Testament, I try to die daily.
The most challenging thing for me to have a model agency was having the other bookers around the table. That was the most challenging, never the models. That's interesting.
The names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
With all due respect and thoughts and empathy and sympathy for the people who are suffering at the moment, and there are plenty. It's not just Ukraine and Gaza, it's in many other corners of the world as well. But I'm constantly surprised by the level of resilience and the capacity to actually bounce back from those traumas. So I have faith in the human beings and their capacity to respond to adversity. We've seen it. Look, earlier in the pandemics, we thought that the world was coming to an end, right? It hasn't. Nobody thought that vaccines would come up in such a short period of time. And every time we have to constantly resurrect this spirit of resilience.
But are you hopeful that...
I'm always hopeful. Oh, come on, we have to be. We have to be.
Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
It's an incredibly fun job, for sure.
We're in the business of leading beyond the numbers.
To me, teamwork is key.
You need to identify opportunities and push people.
It's not about how to say no, it's about how to say yes.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
Today's CFO has to be much, much more than a bookkeeper. I talk more about culture today than I talk about numbers.
It's not just about debits and credits and digits and dollar signs.
It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the Chief Future Officers of some of the world's most influential companies. New episodes this summer, only on Bloomberg. Brought to you by Workday.
I'm guessing you've seen the show Succession. Has anybody ever brought this up with you?
Yes. I actually went to one of the premieres of Succession, and I went up to Shiv. I was like, "You don't know me from Adam, but I am you." And her response was, "Oh, Lord, I hope not."
Charlotte Jones, daughter of Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones, manages one of the most ubiquitous brands in the world. And behind it, one of the most powerful family dynamics in all of sports. It's no stranger to the spotlight or to controversy.
I haven't talked to y'all in a long time. I've got some stuff stored up here.
So maybe it's unsurprising that there's probably no other team in the world that gets more attention than the Cowboys.
America's favorite team, you know who that is. They're once again hoping to end the season with a Super Bowl trophy.
Prescott takes off running the football.
And while America's team is always in the conversation, they've only won 4 playoff games in the last 2 decades, breaking more than a few hearts along the way.
It's good. The Packers are moving on.
While the team's play on the field has fallen short of its ultimate goal for some time, its business side has been second to none, to the point where second place is a wide margin away. Valuation estimates have the next closest sports franchise on the planet worth nearly $2 billion less than the Cowboys. A lot of that credit has gone to the equally larger-than-life owner, Jerry Jones. But it's his daughter, Charlotte, who's been the primary brand architect of the Cowboys. And she's quite literally building the next generation of Cowboy business.
He said, "You've got 2 jobs. One is find a way to stop losing money. And the second was whatever you do, don't tarnish the star."
It's the first Saturday in August, and we're here at AT&T Stadium. It is blazing hot in Dallas, but the Cowboys faithful are turning out. This is the chief cathedral of football. This set a new standard for everything that came after it in the NFL. I'm so hot. Are you guys lifelong Cowboys fans?
Painfully, yes.
Yeah.
Painfully, yes.
Right. And what do you think about sort of the Cowboys as a brand, like in the context of Texas?
They're worth $9.4 billion, so good brand.
Yeah. It's actually estimated at closer to $9 billion, but hey, everything's a little bigger in Texas. As is the size of this mega stadium that was the brainchild of Jerry Jones, which has helped elevate the Cowboys brand to what it is today. Meanwhile, up in Frisco, the Cowboys training complex, envisioned and built by his children, is looking to take the Cowboy business to the next level. We're here overlooking the practice field. Let me throw a business term at you that you're very familiar with, which is uncorrelated. The business has continued to grow. The on-field product is okay.
Yeah.
Competitive, but not championship. How does that diverge, and how do you reconcile that?
You know, for us at the end of every season that doesn't end at the Super Bowl is a failure. There is no doubt that our ultimate goal and judgment of success is a Lombardi trophy. But aside from that, uncorrelated from that, is truly the business aspect of it. People come to our game. They leave their worries behind, all of their challenges behind. They see that struggle, and they can identify with the struggle, but they still have the hope. And I think we provide hope. And I think that's what allows our game to be so much more.
I take your point, and yet I would say you, as an organization, have managed to transcend that far more than anybody else. What do you think that is?
I think what is inherent in our genetics is the stomach and the appetite for risk. It's interesting how our own thinking has evolved to this point. Kind of got to rewind the clock back to 1989. I had no idea that my career would be in sport. I had no idea that my dad would buy the Dallas Cowboys and decide, hey, let's go do this crazy idea.
There he is. A lot of pressure on Jerry Jones trying to turn things around.
In the late 1980s, the Cowboys were a struggling franchise and hemorrhaging money. And then business maverick Jerry Jones raised eyeballs and audible gasp from his inner circle when he decided to purchase the Cowboys from H.R. Bum Bright for $140 million in February 1989. At the time, it was the largest deal ever for an NFL team.
No one had ever paid so much for a team, ever. The ethos of the Cowboys being bigger than life was very apparent. So in the 70s, when Cowboys won their first Super Bowl is when the phrase America's team was coined, and Roger Staubach was the quarterback, and he came from the Navy, and all of that gravitas just kept mounting. That when the Cowboys came up for sale, they were losing so much money. They were losing $75,000 a day, over $1 million a month. That was a lot of money. And the team was 3-13, so they were having no success on the field. Stadium was half full. The area here in Dallas, it was in the savings and loan crisis. Buildings were half empty. There was a lot of really dark times in Dallas at that moment.
What did you see as a business person? What were those initial impressions, those initial surprises?
Your first thought is, I still think this is like a really bad idea. The second thought was, I've never seen somebody more passionate about the game, enthusiastic about wanting to make an impact. And if anybody can do it, he'll figure it out.
Jerry Jones would quickly establish himself as something the NFL had never seen. Amid a club of owners generally happy to own teams for civic pride, the Joneses were motivated to make it work as a money-making venture.
There's a fine line between innovating and disruption, because sometimes you got to tear down to build up, right? At the time, when my dad bought the team and he had to immediately fire Coach Landry, which was just a PR disaster on every level, he came in as a strong disruptor. And that moniker stayed with him, is still with him as a disruptor. I left Washington. I came down literally for the weekend and jumped in the middle of all that. And while I was here, he asked me to stay. And my first response was, I don't know anything about running a professional football team. And he said, that's okay, neither do I. But I just need somebody that will lay awake at night trying to solve these problems so that we can move ahead. What we soon realized is the only true value with the team was the tradition that had been established. That was what was valuable. And when I got here, my dad literally told me, you've got 2 jobs. And those were my 2 directives. Find a way to stop losing money. Don't tarnish the star. And that began the journey.
Jerry Jones, even at the age of 80, still lives with his football team, especially at training camp. In many ways, he's still the master of ceremonies here, talking to players and coaches and giving interviews, but most importantly, watching his team as they prepare for the new season. So if you want to talk to him about his own daughter, you might just need to have his PR team walk a phone out onto the field, up the stairs to the tower, practice noise and all.
Let me just say this. Standing here at training camp, team in behind me, reminds me of her initial noteworthy contributions. We had no plan when we opened our first training camp, but I knew that I wanted to save money on the expenses of running the training camp. And so I said, Charlotte, you go take training camp and reduce the expenses as well as add revenue to offset expenses. Little did I know that this was the initial foray into the using the affinity of the Cowboys called sponsorships. And so I really give Charlotte credit for making camp more viable financially as well as really exciting, because there were not big crowds involved, not just with the Cowboys camps, but all over the league.
That's awesome. You never know what he's about to say.
The Cowboys' new wave has arrived. Those wearing the Lone Star helmets.
I'll never forget the first dry cleaning that I went to, because, do you know how much money you pay to clean? And literally walked in and was like, can we do a barter deal where we don't have to pay for you to clean our stuff, and we'll put up a sign at camp? And it was kind of barter after barter that we started just checking the box on saving. And it really wasn't about making money. It was like, oh my gosh, we just have to stop the bleeding, and how do we do it? All of this became ideas that we actually could monetize and then start to bring in partners associated with it. Who would have dreamed that 3 years later, we would go on to win the next 3 out of 4 Super Bowls, and then shortly thereafter that become the most recognizable and valuable brand in sport. But our intention was also to propel the game and grow the game and innovate around it, because we really did see it was so much more than just a game. And how did we tap into that? And how did we become more of a culture instead of a sport?
The Cowboys are back on top of the...
Jones's early days of trial and error to answer that question soon became their playbook for future success. Fast forward, and they've done it over and over again, to the tune of $9 billion. And now they've built a living monument of sorts to that business prowess.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
The Cowboys team facility, The Star, opened in 2016 and would end up costing even more to build than their famed record-setting AT&T Stadium. It is effectively its own ecosystem, driven by the heart and soul of cowboy culture, all built upon the logo we all either know and love or love to hate. This isn't just a top-of-the-line team facility, but maybe a prototype for the future of sports franchises. And to understand how it both reflects and impacts the business of the Lone Star State, I caught up with my colleague, Julie Fine.
You know, your job as the Texas Bureau Chief is to be the expert on all things Texas and business and economics and politics for Bloomberg. No small job. How do sports and how do the Cowboys specifically fit into that fabric in your estimation?
Well, the Cowboys are a business. Texas is known for big business. And if you look at what the Cowboys have done, they've really combined it all. And look at the background you have. You have the state of Texas, which you have the financial migration down south, and you have this business culture here. It works. We just saw on the field, the indoor field here, where high school footballs also play, an event that covered the entire field. And now you look around here, there are restaurants, there are stores. This is a destination. It is a tourist attraction.
That's because business is quite literally built into the Star. The facility offers about 400,000 square feet of office space, with the Cowboys using just a quarter of it. The rest is leasable by third parties. They also built a regional headquarters for beverage giant and longtime sponsor Keurig Dr. Pepper. That building overlooks the Cowboys practice field. And in 2021, the Cowboys began construction on an even larger high-rise office building, boasting 350,000 square feet of rentable space to multiple businesses. They've already leased 93% of that space and are exploring building another high-rise.
Charlotte had a lot of projects with the Cowboys, but this was one that had so much risk with it. And Jerry Jones is obviously known for willing to take risks. But she had to prove that she could get this one done.
Obviously, people come here for a lot of reasons, but they certainly want to check out the Super Bowl trophies, and they want to check out the rings. We charge for tours here, but there are other people that come and just come to work and come to meetings, and we wanted this open for them to be able to see it and experience it. One of the things that we kind of took from training camp is we brought a lot of corporate partners out to camp to entertain them there. So we thought, why not do the same thing on a daily basis for our practices? And so we have both of these suites set up that actually do that. So that allows people to come, bring a leadership team or clients or whatever, watch practice, and then have a meeting, and then either hear from a member of our team, you know, to kind of pump them up or jazz them up about the Cowboys, and have a really interesting way to have a meeting.
In a post-pandemic world where brick-and-mortar offices have trouble luring workers back to the office, the Star is a pretty nice attraction. Here, you can walk past Lombardi trophies on your way into the daily grind. Maybe even have that chance encounter with a player or a coach. There's even a luxury residential high-rise called the 12, allowing you to live and work surrounded by Cowboys culture. Adam Newman, eat your heart out. Seeing it in person and seeing those office buildings filled to capacity, it might be hard to say this was ever a real risk. But early on in the process, the idea was not loved by every member of the Jones family.
When we began this project, there were 3 of us that were super excited about this, which was my brothers and I, and there was one person that was very hesitant, and that was Dad.
That's such an interesting insight, because I feel like the world sees your dad as like, go big, spend money, go, 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 go. And the fact that he needed to be convinced is a really interesting family dynamic,
you know,
or business dynamic.
Well, I think he had, as he said, I had danced with the devil twice, and I was not going to do it again. And, you know, when he bought the team, I think he was so fortunate that we were able to come out of that and be successful there, that when this idea came around, he was like, y'all have to figure out how to do it. I'm not giving you any money. So when we jumped in here, what started as, okay, we're going to put some offices, and then to monetize it and pay for it, like, let's put more offices on top of it. Let's sell them. People will want the view of the practice. But that, again, speaks to the willingness to open up what most people privatize. You know, honestly, most of the strategic thinking and the game strategy is probably 20% of practice. And for that, we go inside the Ford Center. We still keep the secrets.
The Ford Center is the large indoor practice field at the heart of the complex. Here again, the Cowboys aren't just using this for practice. When we visited, we saw it used as a venue for a massive convention. Maybe more importantly, it's a longer-term investment in the future of the sport of football. The Ford Center seats 12,000 people, providing a massive venue for high school football games there in Frisco. And not for nothing, but one QB who plays here is John Stephen Jones, Charlotte's nephew.
For us, it was, okay, the next generation. How do we connect, you know, with young people and young kids? Well, you connect right at the heartland of the game with high school football. High school football are the greatest moments of every pro athlete's life. That's when they are the superstar of everything, and everything was great, and that's where their love of the game took off. So you start there. How do you become an evergreen thought in people's minds rather than just your 17 games a year? How would we create something where people could come, have a touch point with us, every day of the year and feel like they're a part of something bigger. This project was the first time I got fired. So I knew he was engaged when he said, well, let me see the plans for the Ford Center. And so I showed him the plans, and you know, the budget was tighter, so there was a metal facing and everything. He's like, you're not putting metal on the outside of this building, are you? So, well, you know, glass is another $10 million. And he said, do I have to find someone else to build this building? Are you seriously not gonna put glass on this building? Now remember, he's just told me you don't have any money. Right. Now I'm about to get fired because I won't spend enough money. And the architect's like, Charlotte, I think we got fired. About that time, Jason Garrett comes out of his trailer and he looks at me and goes, you look like you've just seen a ghost. I'm like, well, it didn't go so well, and I think I got fired. He goes, that's okay, I got a job for you over here in coaching.
This is Bloomberg.
Spoiler, Charlotte didn't get fired. And as her beloved star continues to expand and prove its worth, the main event is still over in Arlington. It's what some call Jerry World, others the Death Star, the Palace in Dallas, or Cowboys Cathedral. It's where the Dallas Cowboys play on any given Sunday, and it, too, is a highly coveted brand integration, AT&T Stadium.
So here we are. We're right about 45 minutes before kickoff. We have a lot of different partnerships and business associations, as you can imagine. And so to be able to bring them down here with their select clients or guests or family and take a picture with Jerry, be close, to the action, really doesn't happen the way that we do it in any place else. This is so great to see y'all out here. You want to go in the second half? You want to play? Yes. Yeah. We kind of don't mind mingling, some of people with the players, but everyone's pretty respectful of a certain amount of distance. Yeah. So, but we probably push the line a little bit on that.
The Cowboys certainly do bring luxury fandom closer than ever before to the action, but to Charlotte's point, is some of it at risk of going too far?
People are very wise, and they can sense whether their experience is authentic or it's not. Yeah. And we really work hard to make sure it is as authentic as we can possibly make it.
You're getting ready for your presentation, yeah?
Sorry.
That's real proof of the business driver that football games have become for the Cowboys. A big part of which is the premium paid for the privilege of stepping foot into Jerry Jones's orbit, if only for a little while. He's a figure who, much like a star player, is surrounded by a mystique very few owners possess. In the broader world, I think it's fair to say your father is larger than life.
Yes.
In step with Jerry's lasting star power, he's also been no stranger to controversy, going all the way back to the beginning. From firing coach Tom Landry upon his purchase of the team, and then ultimately losing Super Bowl winning coach Jimmy Johnson, to speaking out against players kneeling during the national anthem, and a photo later surfacing of him among a young crowd preventing black students from entering a school in Little Rock in the late 50s.
65 years ago, and I had no idea when I walked up there what we were doing.
In the end, none of it has put a dent in the Jones empire, or slowed the Cowboy brand's stunning economic growth. And maybe it's even helped garner more attention to the franchise. He is also, at times, controversial. As an executive, you can deal with that in some certain way. He's also your dad. How do you sort of separate that, especially at moments where he's facing a lot of criticism?
I have heard him tell me often is that I think you do your best work in crisis. We came into this in crisis. There's danger in the comfort zone, so probably the best advice my dad has ever given all of us is to have a high tolerance for ambiguity.
You talked about the next generation, and you are a part of a next generation. I'm guessing you've seen the show Succession. Has anybody ever brought this up with you?
Yes. I actually went to one of the premieres of Succession, and I went up to Shiv, and I was like, "You don't know me from Adam, but I am you." And her response was, "Oh, Lord, I hope not."
How do you think about succession? How do you think about legacy? What are the conversations that you have with your brothers and with your dad about that?
I think we spend more of our time around that, thinking about the next generation as opposed to the three of us, because the three of us have already figured out how we work together.
Do you see, one of your kids sitting at this desk or one of these desks down the line?
I sure hope so. Because, you look around and you're like, what do we do all this for? I obviously want them to pursue what they're passionate about, because there's not a seat here for someone who doesn't have the same kind of intense passion that my father has had or that I have had. It's the passion and the belief that you're doing something significant is what takes you to the next level. And if they have that, then there is an opportunity for them to have that.
Succession plans aside, Charlotte Jones and family have raised the bar time and again as the standard bearers for team ownership that transcends the sport itself. No matter how much things change with the next wave of ownership coming to sports, more likely than not, everyone will be trying to keep up with the Joneses.
Names in tech are on Bloomberg.
I don't like anthropomorphizing AI. I sort of believe it's a tool. It is got intelligence, if you want to give it that as moniker, but it's not the same intelligence that I have.
Especially I'm afraid of whenever it's some kind of AI is speaking for me. I want to be myself, and I want to be the one speaking. I have AI myself. Yeah. Actual intelligence.
This industry of producing intelligence is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever seen. Instead of instruction-driven computing, it's now intention-driven computing.
There's been a lot of us who've been working in AI for a long time. It's great now to see other people using it and seeing what some of the challenges are.
To stay ahead in tech, it has to be much more than just software. So you need long-term investments in science and research.
You have an ecosystem of companies coming together. It's causing a new industrial revolution.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
DOJ or other authorities
authorities.
We could face bigger challenges. Britain's next.
It was going to keep Real World Cup. This is a 3
as the economic picture.
covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
I've seen firsthand how some fashion businesses make women feel. And I think there's one thing, you know, being really vocal and being an Instagram activist and talking about something, there's a difference than putting your money where your mouth is and really trying to do something about the problem. And that's what I did with that business. It was about how do I take everything that I know and I've learned and actually do the opposite. And I think that as a young black female entrepreneur, the only thing that I could do was what I know from my experience. And the honest truth is, I didn't set out to create a company that was like deeply rooted in the principles of inclusivity and diversity. I set out to make a company that was right for me and my friends, and I knew that if I had a problem, chances are somebody else does. And I think that's where so many businesses are, you know, created, when you're solving a problem that's real for you and therefore real for the consumer.
Gone to 4 Olympics. I was a 6-time Olympic gold medalist. And it just felt like at that level, if you cannot ask for this and get it, then who is going to be able to do it?
In the world of track and field, Allison Felix is quite literally unmatched.
Felix is coming up fast, Arrow. Allison Felix takes it for the USA.
She became the most decorated track and field athlete in Olympic history at the Tokyo Games in 2021. While the medal around her neck was historic, just as significant was what was on her feet, shoes from her very own company.
Female athletes call out Nike for hypocrisy.
I want to be able to sign a contract that says there is maternity rights.
Now she's focused on establishing her own business to rival Nike and maybe affect positive change across the world in the process.
That's what I want to leave behind, is changes for the next generation and for my daughter. I started to understand that it's so much bigger than sports. This is something that I actually feel like has impact and maybe will be my legacy.
You have multiple tracks named after you?
Yeah, this was the first one.
Wow, this is the OG track. This is the OG. So when did you really discover track and field, or track, as your sport? Was it here?
Yeah, I was here. So I was a freshman, and this was a new school for me. Didn't know many people, and so my family encouraged me to go up for the track team, and I did. I had been playing basketball earlier that year, and so I literally came from basketball practice out to the middle of this field where the coach was having everybody run 60 meters, and I came out with like all my basketball gear and baggy shorts, my Gary Payton glove basketball shoes, and ran my 60 meters, and he was like very confused. He looked at his watch and he has me run again. And then again, puzzled look, and he pulls out a measuring wheel and measures back the distance and we keep going back and forth like this, and then finally kind of pulls me to the side. It's like, you are really fast. Like, what is your story?
In high school, Felix won multiple state championships and set numerous records in the 100-meter, 200-meter, and 400-meter races. And at the age of 18 in 2004, Felix competed in her first Olympics in Athens, where she won a silver medal in the 200 meters.
Allison Felix comes up to challenge, and on the inside, Muna Lee. Felix wins it. Felix with the win, Tori Edwards second, and I believe Lee might have gotten the third spot.
I mean, that feels and sounds crazy. The idea that you went from your high school team essentially to the Olympic team?
Yeah, it was just kind of this really organic beginning, and it was definitely never my dream or my family's dream for me to be an Olympian, but where we found ourselves and fell in love with the sport, absolutely.
How nerve-wracking was this? 18 years old, trying to make the Olympic team.
I mean, it was exciting. So much hard work went into it, and I just thank God that I was able to do it.
How long have you been thinking about this moment?
Ever since last year.
I mean, how much pressure did you feel that first Olympics?
I think the first Olympics, I wasn't really as aware of the pressure. I mean, everything was just so exciting, and there weren't really like those huge expectations. The second Olympics, that all came, where it was like, okay, now you got a bullseye on your back, you're the favorite, all of that. From there on, then there was no more flying under the radar.
In the 2008 Beijing Olympics, Felix won her first gold medal as part of the U.S. women's 4x400 meter relay team.
So when you get that gold, how much of it is excitement and how much of it is relief?
I think the overwhelming emotion was relief because it was such a wait for so long.
Since the 2000 Games, Allison won a total of 11 Olympic medals, 7 gold, 3 silver, and 1 bronze, the most won by an American track and field athlete. Off the track, she made unconventional moves as she built her business around herself, ultimately choosing her brother Wes to represent her and ensure her endorsements and investments reflected their shared ambitions. This bold move came with its own set of hurdles. Allison and Wes, 2 athletes with little management background or training, decided to take control of Allison's business interests. It was a move that defied the conventional establishment.
You know, she's my little sister. Now to see her a professional athlete at 17, you know, it's a little bit surprising. But at the same time, I know what she was capable of and knew that if she really decided to put her mind to running, that she would go very far in it and that she'd have a lot of success.
So let's talk about the business side of the sport. The economics of it, you're very familiar with. You get familiar with it at that point. How do you construct something that does have that balance to it, and how are you picking who to work with?
Yeah, I made a big change after my second Olympics, and I started working with my brother Wes. That was huge for me because before then, I just didn't feel like I had the Olympic deals, like kind of the usual ones, but I didn't have anything more than that. And I remember him, like, at the time, you know, he was pretty young and, like, wrote me a whole proposal about, like, what he felt he could do. And, you know, we didn't know what was happening, but he took it so seriously. And when we started to work together, it just was like this weight off of my back because I felt like for the first time, I could trust 100% that, you know, he would put the team in place, he would handle the business side, and I could do what I was the expert on, and I could handle, you know, the track side of things.
Picking Wes came at an inflection point in the sports world, where some of the most prominent athletes shifted the balance of power in their favor and away from traditional representation. LeBron James's decision to work with longtime friend Maverick Carter and his choice of Rich Paul as his agent sent shockwaves through the industry. And just as with King James and his team, Allison and Wes met resistance from the establishment.
I started representing Allison. Very few agents talked to me for the first 3 years that I was in the sport. I represented something that I think threatened what they were doing.
There's a resistance to it because there's an establishment that does not want you to do that, does not want you to make your own way because they feel like, no, this is what we do. This, and that is, I will say the quiet part out loud, that is a white establishment, you know, for the most part, that has sort of built that up. I mean, Wes has talked about, like, there was real resistance. There were rooms that he could not get in.
I think it was scary for sure. I mean, we're 2 kids from the heart of LA. Like, we were not exposed and around people who were creating businesses and had that experience. And so I think that part did feel uncomfortable, and you have those doubts of, like, can we really pull this off? And can we enter into the space without that experience? But at the same time, I think maybe it's coming from a sports background. I think we had a lot of confidence in ourselves as well, and we're scared of a challenge. And I think we always knew that, okay, if this doesn't work out, we can kind of always go backwards. But if we don't see what's out there, we could just miss out.
And the biggest names ultimately showed up, including arguably the biggest name in all of sports, Nike.
There's no better feeling than knowing that you gave 100% and that there was nothing left to give.
This partnership represented the type of deal where Olympic athletes predominantly generate a substantial portion of their income throughout their careers. A fact Allison was willing to walk away from. Nike, as it has done for generations of athletes, elevated Allison's profile globally. But ultimately, a happy partnership gave way to one of the most seismic public breakups in sports history and turned a soft-spoken track star into an activist. In 2018, Allison gave birth to her daughter, Cameron. The labor and delivery had a profound impact on Allison in ways that continue to resonate for her and her work. Clearly, one of the formative moments in your life off the track was the birth of your daughter, and a traumatic and very complicated birth. Take me back to that time, and then ultimately how that informs how you move forward.
Health-wise, what I thought, I had a really great pregnancy for the most part. I was still training. I knew I wanted to come back to competition, so I was in the pool and I was running and felt strong and good. And then at 32 weeks, I went in for a routine appointment at the doctor. I found out later that night that I had a severe case of preeclampsia. That night that I got admitted, things just kept going downhill. I ended up having an emergency C-section. Cameron was born 2 months early, and it was really scary. I think being an athlete and knowing my body and being healthy, like, just never imagined that I would end up in that scenario. We spent a month there with Cameron, and it was a really challenging time. The NICU is it's a very heavy place to be. It was an eye-opening experience, from everything that happens in a NICU to what families go through to the health of Black women. I think that's when my heart just opened to all of those issues, and knowing that we got to walk out as a family, but for so many women, that's not the case. For so many families, it's not the case. That just really was a turning point for me.
With Cameron at home and thriving, Allison had decisions to make regarding her ongoing track career and her business partnerships. Despite her continued status as one of the world's leading runners, Nike stunned her and Wes with a proposed contract renewal at a 70% decrease from her previous deal. Protracted negotiations followed, with Allison and Wes pressing for Nike to change its policy for everyone, not just make an exception for Allison. When the company wouldn't, Allison not only left, but wrote a blistering op-ed in the New York Times that reverberated far beyond sports and thrust Allison into the mainstream conversation.
Getting pregnant is the kiss of death for a female athlete.
I was training at 4 a.m. while it was dark so that no one would see that I was pregnant.
That's because at the time in 2018, she says her sponsor Nike would reduce athletes' pay if they couldn't compete, even if they were sidelined by pregnancy.
So I want to talk about Nike. It's a story you've told many, many times. And so I want to take it from a slightly different angle and understand how you feel about it now. And before you answer, I want to show you what Wes said about it, because he framed it in a really interesting way.
They gave us exactly what we asked for. It's just that we asked for it to be because she had a baby. And I think that, like, in that negotiation, I think there was something they missed in it. They missed that it wasn't about dollars, that it was about something bigger. It was a powerful, pivotal moment, but also a moment that I'm glad I didn't understand the full weight and gravity of, because it probably would have been too hard to say, go ahead, publish, and what it would actually mean, because there was a lot of uncertainty, that followed.
A lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
How do you think about that time now?
I felt pretty terrified. So I think I didn't understand the impact that it could have. For sure. In my mind, I knew, okay, I want to create change, all of those things, but I didn't know what it really meant. I didn't know who it would actually affect and who would be able to take advantage of it and how it could shift the culture.
Nike made a significant policy shift concerning pregnant athletes, implementing maternity protections and ensuring athletes receive pay for 18 months around pregnancy.
This dispute with Nike, they changed the language in the contracts. Were you satisfied with what they did?
I was. I think you can always do more, but I was grateful. I was disappointed that I had to fight so hard and that in 2019 that this is still an issue.
This change has not only transformed the landscape for female athletes, but has also set a new precedent for other women in the world of sports.
I think about Naomi Osaka, being in the prime of her career and having the decision to become a mother and not feeling okay, this is over now. This is something that I can still continue. So I think that's when I think about the culture, that's my hope, is that women really get to make those choices when they want to make them. And it's not feeling like they're going to be pushed out of the sport when they do. I think for the longest time in my athletic career, I felt like I had to fit this certain image. It's I want to be the perfect athlete. I want to say and do all the right things. And I really tried to do that. I didn't want to, mess up. I think I had so much fear about speaking out or just having an opinion on something. And then once I did, there was this freedom. I started to understand that it's so much bigger than sports.
What terrified Allison then has become, if not widely practiced, but at least more common, as female athletes opt to speak more forcefully and publicly about physical and mental well-being.
I say put mental health first, because if you don't, then you're not going to enjoy your sport and you're not going to succeed as much as you want to. So it's okay sometimes to even sit out the big competitions.
Allison has been especially active in raising awareness about Black maternal care, which gained greater resonance following the death of her Olympic relay partner, Tori Bowie.
Bowie died in May from complications during childbirth. An autopsy reveals she may have had seizures stemming from preeclampsia, a high blood pressure condition that disproportionately affects Black women.
You've long spoken out about Black maternal health, most recently about your friend and former teammate, Tori Bowie.
I think it's been a really hard situation for everyone, and it's just highlighted that we are facing a maternal health crisis for women of color.
Allison took to Instagram to share a photo and caption that put Bowie's death in the starkest of terms, describing the experiences of the four Olympians. You mentioned maternal health, which obviously is core to so many of the things that you've done as a business person and as an advocate. Do you feel like the conversation is shifting or evolving? Where are we in that conversation from a broader perspective?
I think it's a conversation that's much more mainstream now. Unfortunately, I think that there's, so many examples of women who are dying in childbirth, Black women who are dying, and that's brought it to the forefront. There's so much more that we have to do there. There's a lot of great organizations who are doing work around that, but we really have to commit. We have a problem in this country, and we can't sit by and continue to watch this happen. The thing that always just shocks me is that so many of these complications and deaths are preventable, and that's both heartbreaking, but also it brings a lot of hope, because there is something that we can do about it, and we've got to continue to work.
For Allison, that work is on a continuum. Infusing her activism and ideals into her commercial ventures through decisions big and small feels natural to her and her brother as they build a company from the ground up.
But we see you too.
Walking away from Nike beyond the immediate financial loss of sponsorship money had another real effect on Allison. If she was going to compete in the 2021 Tokyo Olympics, she wasn't going to do it barefoot. And so tell me about what happens from there in terms of the very practical element of you need some shoes.
I had moved, away from Nike because of all of that. I was so heavily Nike branded that no one really wanted to touch me, but there weren't any other offers anywhere out there. And so in talking to him, I was talking to him as my big brother, and I was just kind of venting, like, I am so tired of just not being seen, of begging these companies to see my value. And it just felt crazy to have been at this point in my career and not have a footwear sponsor. And so he just kind of looked at me and was like, I think we should do this ourselves. Like so many of us, I was told to know my place. But here I am, ready to run for a brand that I founded, designed for and designed by women. This is our chance to be the change makers.
Allison and Wes concede they didn't quite clock what being a change maker would entail, given the complexity of making even a single new pair of shoes.
Obviously, we were trying to create shoes for me to wear in the Olympics, and that was happening pretty quickly. And then just understanding a new industry and how shoes are even made. But as we went down that path and started to just learn and research more, we learned that shoes have not been made for women. What that means is a shoe is made off of a last, which is a mold of a foot, and it's the mold of a man's foot used to make women's sneakers. And I think it took time for us to really grasp that because, we've been in shoe stores and we've gone to the women's section and it's like, no, there are shoes for women. Like, what's this over here? And then to really understand, like, all of that is marketing. This is just a man's shoe, like, in a different color. And so that kind of eye-opening experience was just like, okay, we got to do this. And even more than making the shoes, like, there's a deeper purpose here. Like, women deserve better and we shouldn't be an afterthought, and just really connected with that.
And part of what it sounds like becomes very clear is even as you're trying to figure out how to build a shoe, you're also very aware that it's not just a shoe.
Yeah, really trying to bring the company into the world and know that it's so much deeper than selling shoes. Like, to me, it's impact. Like, even if we were not successful, if people felt seen and represented, and if we started to shift the culture, that would be success. Obviously, we want the business to be successful, but it's about doing things differently. And I think that has always been the North Star, and also want to make the best shoes that we can for women, and we want them to experience that. So I think bringing those two things together at the same time has been really challenging.
That's in part because Seish is rethinking almost everything related to the development, production, and sale of its shoes. Notably, and somewhat radically, Seish has a policy through which customers can trade in their shoes if their foot size changes owing to pregnancy.
And oftentimes that change is permanent. And so if you have a pair of our shoes, we'll offer you a new pair in your new size.
You guys have obviously sort of taken that mission a step further. And while I'm sure it feels very supportive in that room and in your places, probably doesn't always feel as supportive in the broader world. There again is a massive industry of shoes and apparel that, just like the agency world and representation world, kind of has its own way of doing things. What has that felt like as you've sort of, I would imagine, constantly run up against resistance again?
It's been hard, raising money and going into spaces that you don't feel welcome and hearing no. We know, like, the fraction of venture money that goes to women or to founders of color. It's felt like a battle oftentimes, and it brings me back to why we're doing it, and that we believe that it needs to exist in the world, and we believe that it hasn't existed before. The challenges are hard. I think that coming from the athletic world, that's been an advantage because I'm always dealing with adversity. Like, that's something, like, a no is not gonna get me down, and you have to persevere. So I'm grateful that that is my background and that I can bring that. But at the end of the day, it's really challenging.
Do you remember the first time you saw one of these shoes?
I do. Yeah, I remember the first time a sample came, and it was pretty incredible. I mean, even though I had seen all the renderings and there was nothing like actually holding it in my hand and realizing like, wow, we actually brought this to life. From that conversation with Wes, when I thought he was absolutely crazy, telling me that we should do this, to the moment it's in my hands, it's really been incredible. Really excited for our running specific shoe that's coming this fall. And it's a shoe, you know, a performance shoe. And so obviously as a runner, it's the one that I've been very, very excited about.
The new shoe is a callback of sorts to a transition from one life to another for Allison. From a steely heads-down athlete to a vocal, mission-driven entrepreneur.
I think athletes in general are more empowered to use their voice. They're not staying just in one box anymore. We're breaking out and we're talking on issues that we're passionate about, and we're seeing the impact of that. We don't have to do things the way that they've been done before. You know, we can have a voice on things, and that lives can be changed because of that. And to me, I am so proud of that. I think of the medals, but I think of that as like, that's so powerful and something that can actually change the world.
The names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
You know, with all due respect and thoughts and empathy and sympathy for the people who are suffering at the moment, and there are plenty. It's not just Ukraine and Gaza, it's in many other corners of the world as well. But I'm constantly surprised by the level of resilience and the capacity to actually bounce back from those traumas. So I have faith in the human beings and their capacity to respond to adversity. We've seen it. You know, look, earlier in the pandemics, we thought that the world was coming to an end, right? It hasn't. Nobody thought that vaccines would come up in such a short period of time. And every time we have to constantly resurrect this spirit of resilience.
But are you hopeful that
I'm always hopeful. Oh, come on, we have to be. We have to be.
Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With a surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg. In a multi-trillion-dollar industry, there's a lot of ground to cover.
Bitcoin ETFs rubbing elbows with the big dogs.
This frenzy has engulfed the entire world.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg. Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
It's an incredibly fun job, for sure.
We're in the business of leading beyond the numbers.
To me, teamwork is key.
You need to identify opportunities and push people.
It's not about how to say no, it's about how to say yes.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
Today's CFO has to be much, much more than a bookkeeper.
I talk more about culture today than I talk about numbers.
It's not just about debits and credits and digits and dollar signs.
It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the Chief Future Officers of some of the world's most influential companies. New episodes this summer, only on Bloomberg. Brought to you by Workday.
I'm not there to be liked. I don't care if you like me or you like me, or I just want to be respected. I want to earn your respect by doing all the right things, treating people respectfully, and just working as hard as I can.
Carly Lloyd is one of the best-known, most accomplished players in U.S. soccer history.
Towards Carly Lloyd, oh, what a goal! It's sensational. She's the best midfielder in the world.
A two-time Olympic gold medalist, two-time FIFA World Cup champion, and a key voice in a generation who made the women's national team household names. A New Jersey native, she rose up through the club and college system, eventually winning a spot on the national team, delivering one of the most memorable single performances in international soccer history. Becoming the only woman to score a hat trick in a FIFA World Cup final. And yet her voice isn't always the loudest, and when it isn't always in concert with her team.
To be dancing, to be smiling, I mean, the player of the match was that post.
Carly made her own way, true to those Jersey roots, building a business around herself and the game of soccer.
But I knew that if I'm going to have any type of financial stability when I'm done playing, I had to take every advantage of my opportunity.
Now she's on a mission to take her sport to the next level and ensure those hard-fought gains stick at one of the most critical moments in the sport's history. The enthusiasm for women's soccer has reached an all-time high, with viewership soaring to a record 2 billion people for the 2023 Women's World Cup, held in Australia and New Zealand. Nevertheless, the shocking premature exit of the U.S. women's national team
Sweden wins.
ignited conjecture and cast doubt on the future of the American game, doubts that may bleed into the future of the NWSL, until now widely considered the home of the best soccer clubs in the world. Taken positively, the U.S.'s early exit from the World Cup highlighted just how much women's soccer has expanded globally and how other countries are enthusiastically backing their own leagues. Now retired, Carly Lloyd traded the field for the broadcast booth at the most recent men's and women's World Cups and has literally bought into the game. In building her burgeoning empire, she's staying close through her clinics and camps, as well as through minority ownership in the resurgent National Women's Soccer League, or NWSL. She holds a stake in the New York, New Jersey Gotham FC team. She's helping pass the torch to a new generation, sometimes quite literally.
With me finishing up at Gotham FC, I really believed in the club and the path that it was going on. And so quickly after I retired, those talks had started about how I could still stay involved in the game and if I'd like to have some stake as a minority owner.
Carly's ownership and involvement as an owner of Gotham is a critical endorsement for the league. Under new Commissioner Jessica Berman, the NWSL is expanding with new franchises in Salt Lake City and the San Francisco Bay Area, the latter bought at a record valuation. That makes Carly's stake in Gotham not just good for the game, but good for her bottom line.
And I thought it was an unbelievable opportunity, something to still stay around the game and offer, some ideas and different things that can just help propel the sport and help propel the team. You're seeing a trend of that happening now, like, Angel City. They've got a lot of former players who have some ownership in that.
It feels like, your ownership as well as some of the other former players going in, it's emblematic to some extent of a very topsy-turvy journey, to say the least, for women's professional soccer in this country. Over the course of even your lifetime, this is the third try at this. And when you came out, there wasn't a league to necessarily go to, right?
Yeah, no. And I trained with the Philadelphia Charge when I was in high school and WUSA.
By the time you get out, that doesn't exist. Then there's another league that comes. It's kind of mind-boggling, especially where we are now with the franchise values and whatnot. Why has it been so hard to actually cement a pro league?
Money works wonders. And not just millions, you need billions and you need a lot of it. And so I think the WUSA, the WPS, and now we have the NWSL. I think, WUSA and WPS just couldn't afford to play the players what they probably deserve to make, but also continue the longevity of the career. So you saw those leagues fold. Now with the NWSL, some of us national team players were actually paid from the U.S. Soccer Federation to play in the NWSL. So that offset the teams having to pay the national team players, those top core national team players, a salary, which then kind of helped them divvy that money up to the rest of the players. And so now we've seen all these trends and these problems and lawsuits and investigations. And here we are in the 11th season. Salaries are more, owners are throwing in more money, playing conditions, field conditions, training conditions are getting better. I finally feel like there's change and right change that's being taken place.
Involvement with the local pro team brings her career full circle. Her soccer life is firmly rooted in the Garden State. This is familiar territory, if not a familiar building. This is pretty sweet. But what does it feel like for you to be back on campus, back at Rutgers?
Well, this is great. I did not have this building when I was here playing back in 2001 to 2004. This, for me, is kind of where it all started. I feel like into my nearing the professional level.
Not too far from here, you hit your stride by all accounts. In middle school, you start to realize, there's something here. Take me back to that time and that realization that this is what you wanted to do.
And I started playing at the age of 5. My parents just happened to sign me up for soccer. They didn't play soccer themselves. I wasn't born into a soccer family at all. I kind of carried on through my town team, travel team, eventually came to a point in my life which was abnormal back then. Mm-hmm. Do you stay in your town or do you leave and go to a different club? And that was a really hard and big decision that my parents and I had to make. I had this opportunity to go play for the Medford Strikers. And so it was a great opportunity, especially if I wanted to go and play in college and get recognized on that level. And so I made the jump. It just catapulted me into that next space that I needed to be in.
You will see some extraordinary things today. You'll experience the atmosphere from this world record crowd, and you will meet this U.S. team that hopes to bring back the World Cup trophy.
It was probably not until watching one of the 1999 Women's World Cup games at Giant Stadium while I was, playing on the Medford Strikers where I was like, this is what I want to do. Just seeing, everybody out there. Their names were on the back of their jerseys. Who wouldn't want to dream of playing in that environment, in a packed stadium where the fans are cheering for you? It was the most incredible thing I had ever been to.
You're highly recruited. I believe, you're looking pretty seriously at Rutgers and West Virginia, but obviously other schools are very interested. You decide to come here, and it feels like the underdog part of it starts to, that plays a role in your ultimate decision.
I came from a very small town in New Jersey, Delran, New Jersey. It was a working class neighborhood. I was the best thing in my town, but I wasn't pegged as the nationally best in high school. I wasn't on a lot of schools' radars. And so the sales pitch from Glenn Crooks, who recruited me, was we could really put Rutgers on the map. And that was enticing to me.
Rutgers proved a worthwhile proving ground, a chance to both build a program and stand out in the broader burgeoning soccer ecosystem. Carly would end her career at the school with a record for most points scored. Despite those impressive achievements and recognition, going pro was still uncertain. Talk me through that early part of that journey into the national team.
My time at Rutgers, I had been part of the under-21 national team. Cut on one of those years and thought about quitting and all these things and giving up, and I still loved it. I didn't ultimately want that. I eventually got back onto the under-21 national team and then had an opportunity to go in 2004 during their Olympic cycle to train with the full women's national team. That was all of them. That was Mia, that was Foudy, Chastain, Lily, I mean, all of them. Most of them had just retired after that moment. And I remember saying to myself, man, I've got a long way to go. But it gave me a taste. And I think once I got that taste, I just wanted more.
At the time, women's soccer was in a slump. The '99 World Cup was a moment of massive hope for the game in America. Expectation that was ultimately crushed by the reality of underperformance on the pitch. To make matters worse, a second effort to start a U.S. professional soccer league for women failed, and failing to win the World Cup in 2011 only deepened the existential crisis. There's this pivot point, again, for you, for the team, the sport, I mean, because it had been that 16-year drought from the 99ers to then.
2011, we thought that our time was to win a World Cup, and it wasn't our time.
Oh, and puts it high over the bar, and she cannot believe it. And the World Cup for Japan!
That moment in particular, it was a pretty unbelievable moment. For the team, for myself.
The intervening 4 years were a grind toward redemption, culminating in what felt somehow both unlikely and inevitable. Both a team win and an individual performance for the ages.
That moment was life-changing for me individually.
To show you one highlight. Take a look at that.
Fantastic start by the USA. Lloyd with Morgan streaking. She's chipping the goalkeeper! Off the post and
Never gets old seeing that. It's that packed stadium I got to watch and then play in.
Carly Lloyd with a hat trick.
Every time I watch it, I get chills. I was watching it live. So much turned on that moment. For you, for the team, for the sport. Did it feel like that in the moment? What did it feel like?
I wanted to win a World Cup. Our team wanted to win a World Cup, and so going into that, we knew how much pressure there was. Everything had been building. You now had a nation that was able to get to Canada, to a lot of the games. We felt like we were playing on home soil. I was putting so much pressure on myself. And when I changed my mindset midway through the tournament and just approached it one game at a time, me being on the top of the world, the team being on the top of the world, and the sport forever changed. That moment was life-changing for me individually. From a financial standpoint to a brand standpoint, it essentially took 10 years for me to individually get to that point. I went from really just being under the radar to suddenly being in the spotlight.
You know who I'm talking about, Carly Lloyd. Carly Lloyd! Ladies and gentlemen, we have an American hero.
Congratulations, Carly.
Carly, what have you been eating?
She's right here. Hold on.
Mr. President. Had speaking engagements, sponsors that wanted to sign me, appearances, you name it, I had it. But now I'm having to go to train, schedule an appearance after that, fly here, fly there, come back. It became very mentally draining for the next easily couple years because I was extremely busy. But I knew that if I'm going to have any type of retirement, any type of financial stability when I'm done playing, I had to take every advantage of my opportunity. And so I literally did every appearance and everything that came my way. My husband, he is definitely eagerly waiting for me to just switch off and not be as psychotic as I have been.
Carly, psychotic? No.
You've talked a lot about how difficult that was for you, especially from a personal perspective. You have a tough time with your family. Like, I mean, it becomes a really difficult personal time then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have been talking to my family for 12 years, I think like from 2008 to 2020. I didn't necessarily choose to sacrifice, not speaking to my family for that many years, but I was on a sole mission to be the best that I possibly could and reach the top of the soccer world. And with that, there's things that suffer. It was harder than anything that I've had to do, but I just was trying to do everything possible to build my brand in the right way for my future.
As Carly's personal brand grew, so did the brand of the USWNT. Not only were they winning, they were taking on societal issues on a world stage.
You think FIFA should close that gap?
Absolutely. We work just as hard as men, and we push ourselves to the limit.
However, as the team started to use their celebrity status to advocate for social justice, Carly started to drift, feeling the team was losing focus. Refusing to kneel to protest racial inequality during the anthem had her standing in opposition to her teammates.
It was really tough and challenging to play these last several years. I mean, to be quite honest, I hated it. The culture within the team was the worst I'd ever seen it.
Carly says she wasn't as close with those players as many would have believed.
We're all not best friends, but collectively, we have one goal, and that is always to win championships and to win games and to push one another and to be the best version of ourselves. Because if we are the best version of ourselves, ultimately, the team is going to be the best version.
And in retirement, as an analyst for Fox Sports, Carly hasn't held anything back, sharply critiquing the performance of the U.S. women's national team at the World Cup.
I have never witnessed, and just seeing these images for the first time right now on the desk, I have never witnessed something like that. There's a difference between being respectful of the fans and saying hello to your family, but to be dancing, to be smiling. I mean, the player of the match was that post. You were lucky to not be going home right now.
You were unapologetically you. Sometimes in a way that rubs people the wrong way, publicly, privately, whatever that is. Where does that come from? Is that just who you are?
I'm not there to be liked. I don't care if you like me or you like me, or I just want to be respected. I want to earn your respect by doing all the right things, treating people respectfully, and just working as hard as I can. And if people don't like me, but they respect me, then that's ultimately what I care about.
Carly Lloyd was revered as a player, and that was on full display during her retirement announcement. So that leads to another moment that I'd love to show you.
17 years, 34 years playing this beautiful game, and I hope that you know that I gave it everything I had for every single one of you, and that is it. I am signing off. You will not see me on the field, but you best believe that I will be around helping this game grow.
First time I listened to that speech, I don't even remember what I said.
A lot to talk about there. Tell me about it.
Wrapped up the Olympics in Tokyo in 2021. Happened to come away with a bronze medal, which is better than no medal. I knew in that moment it was time to retire. So I had a couple of months to play and to really soak up those last moments, because prior to that, you're blocking out the noise, you're blocking out everything. In those last couple of months, I didn't block out the noise. I wanted to hear the noise, I wanted to hear the fans, read the posters in the stadium, and just literally take in as much as I could, because I knew that the end was coming.
She's got to come in for Carly Lloyd. Her international career is over.
I was kind of thinking about how I would honor my husband. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have had the career that I did, because he allowed me to literally put the sport of soccer ahead of him, ahead of everything. I knew that some of the other former players had played with their married names on the back of their jersey for the second half. I always like to do things different. I don't like to follow the crowd. Timing is everything. The jersey needs to be timed at the correct moment of when I'm going to take it off. And so I exit with Lloyd, and at the right moment, I took off the Lloyd jersey just before I stepped off the field. I was exiting into my life as Hollins. My husband was up in one of the suites and was able to be surprised and see the jersey. So, you know, I've had a lot of people say, "Oh, okay, so what are you gonna go do?" I'm like, "Well, I'm doing things."
I'm doing it.
Of politics to the world of business. Every weekday on Bloomberg TV and radio, hosts Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis from and about politics' biggest power players.
The president has been clear that is non-negotiable.
I mean, this is going to be an ugly, ugly year.
Balance of Power, live around the world every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Context changes everything. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
I don't really touch a soccer ball really ever, except for when I come out to do my clinics. So it makes me happy again to be back out on the field and see you all. We are at my CL10 soccer clinic. They've got 5 different stations. They're going to be kind of going through all different skills, and just looking forward to it today. This clinic is all about being your best version of yourself, so we don't want you worrying about what everybody else is doing.
So tell me about CL10, especially the clinics, because you built quite an infrastructure. It's a family business. How does it all work?
I've been doing my soccer clinics since 2007. And, you know, I think the first one I did maybe had, I don't know, like 40 people in one of the sessions. And so they've just kind of built up over time. We do a bunch in New Jersey. I travel outside of the state as well.
Good technique, I like it.
The people that we have, our staff that we have, my coaches that I have, it's a very well-oiled machine, and we pride ourselves in having the best people and putting on the best clinic. We've had opportunities to maybe have other people run it, but we run it so well and have it so down and good people. It's just, yeah, so what? I got to email somebody, hey, can we reserve your field? It's pretty cool to be hands-on. I'd rather be hands-on than sitting back and not knowing anything that's going on.
I like your shorts. Oh, number 10. Is that for me or Lindsay Horan? Yeah. Lindsay Horan's pretty good, too. Most important thing is to be respectful of coaches, teammates, teachers. You've got to treat people with respect and how you would like to be treated as well.
My husband used to be in the golf business. A lot of hours, weekends, holidays. Kind of made a life decision with him. In 2018, he started my online CL10 merchandise at my clinics as well. And he's more of a numbers guy, which is a lot more helpful for me. And
right.
It's been amazing.
Keep supporting women's soccer, the NWSL. We need all the support we can get, and hope to see you guys in the future at maybe another clinic or somewhere else. So thank you again. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
And it does feel like this year, with everything that's happening with NWSL expansion, valuations, Women's World Cup, we could look back on 2023 as this catalytic year for this sport. Do you agree?
I do, and I think that we on the U.S. team, for our equal pay fight and everything that we have been fighting for, has really helped push other countries to fight for more as well, and it's only made the game that much stronger. And when I talk about my career, the national team was the top for me. You know, it wasn't club. And so I think 2023, they're hopeful of wanting to kind of switch that narrative. Of course, the national team is always going to be special, but we want the club and the league that you play in, the NWSL or, you know, other leagues to be just as important because you're competing, you know, for a championship every year.
The NWSL no doubt has benefited from the fan halo generated by the national team. And that halo dimmed a bit with the Americans' historically bad performance at the most recent World Cup.
Missed it up.
Following that shocking early stage departure by the U.S., the NWSL may encounter some challenges, convincing audiences it's the home to the best players in the world. Then again, a growing global audience for soccer may ultimately be good news for the league, if it can continue to attract top talent from overseas. And while the national team will have to wait 4 years to avenge its loss, soccer back home gets back to business. The NWSL is gearing up for its championship run, and to Carly, the future looks bright. Those early days where you're the younger girl looking up to these women. Now again, the younger girls are looking up to you. You've now seen a generation come up. What's that like?
As I went through my career and you have people running up to you and crying and saying, I read your book, it changed my life, and they write letters into me, and I don't consider myself this hero, but I am that to a lot of people that have come up to me. And so it's been life-changing for me too, because if I can touch somebody's heart or change somebody's direction in life, that to me is the most priceless thing. When I had my life and my dream changed watching that 99 team at Giant Stadium, and then playing in packed stadiums with my name on the back of the jersey, playing soccer for a living, that's when you know that it's life-changing for many people.
This is Bloomberg News Now.
News when you want it at the touch of a button.
Another volatile day on Wall Street. We're seeing big moves.
All eyes on Capitol Hill as Democrats and Republicans prepare.
Today's job numbers casting doubt on the Fed's next move. Inflation remains front and center. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Get it 24/7 on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg News Now. Context changes everything.
The top names in tech are on Bloomberg.
I don't like anthropomorphizing AI. I sort of believe it's a tool. It is got
intelligence, if you want to give it that as moniker, but it's not the same intelligence that I have.
Especially I'm afraid of whenever it's some kind of AI is speaking for me. I want to be myself, and I want to be the one speaking. I have AI myself. Actual intelligence.
This industry of producing intelligence is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever seen. Instead of instruction-driven computing, it's now intention-driven computing.
There's been a lot of us who've been working in AI for a long time. It's great now to see other people using it and seeing what some of the challenges are.
To stay ahead in tech, it has to be much more than just software. So you need long-term investments in science and research.
You have an ecosystem of companies coming together. It's causing a new industrial revolution.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever